Testing, testing. Okay, looks like we're ready to go. Gonna play some music just to wait for a couple more people to drop in. Hello to the people in chat. Good to see you. Miss Kitty, Jason Plummer, Rebecca Ann 1965, Twitwits here, The Sco, and hello to everybody else in chat. Say hi if you like. We got a lot of stuff to talk about today, so we're gonna play I'd say about 10 minutes of music or videos, whatnot, and then we'll get right into it. Talk to you soon.
When you get a sequence of a virus, and it looks like a relative of a known nasty pathogen, just like we did with SARS, we found other coronaviruses in bats, a whole host of them. Some of them looked very similar to SARS. So we sequenced the spike protein, the protein that attaches to cells. Then I didn't do this work, but my colleagues...
Don't say it! Don't say it! Don't say it! Don't say it!
My colleagues in China did the work. You create pseudoparticles, you insert the spike proteins from those viruses, see if they bind to human cells. And each step of this, you move closer and closer to this virus could really become pathogenic in people. So you narrow down the field, you reduce the cost, and you end up with a small number of viruses that really do look like killers.
When you look in people and you say, in the people that live in the region where this animal lives, that are exposed to that virus, do we...
Look what you did to me, I no longer can believe.
All right, my friends. It's good to see you all in. I have Sheriff YouTube in the house. Timmy. Mariah Carey. How do I say that? How should I say that? I'm not sure. Bevan Stacy Kirsha. Is it Kirsha? Abidon, looking forward to your realistic, unbiased views. Well, I don't know. I think we all have a bias, don't we? It's just a matter of trying to keep it in check. Sharif Badawi, nice to see you, my friend. Got a live show. Yes, we do have a live show. Got a few things to talk about today. Namely, what we're going to get into are the POWs. Now, fair warning to the people that are in. We're going to get into some stuff. It'll probably block anybody that's not signed in or under 18. So we're going to go through the videos. I don't know if you've seen them yet, but they can be, they're pretty gruesome, but we will see them. They are on YouTube, so they haven't been kicked off, so I think it's safe enough. It won't get me like a strike or anything like that. Another thing as well, Patrick Lancaster came out with a video with a lady with a swastika that was painted in blood on her chest or her stomach or whatnot. We're going to get into the Biden speech, at least one of them. There was another one that someone brought up in chat just then, actually a really good one, where he's saying how when you get to Ukraine, so it's basically getting us all started up. And there was another thing that I found too. It was called the Close the Sky video. So you know the, what do you call it? The no-fly zone, right? The way that they are talking about it in Ukraine is to close the sky. And there was a video that did really well to expose the ridiculousness of the propaganda in it. So we'll get into that as well today. And if there's any other topics, just let me know. Hit me up with Abidon in the chat. And if you don't mind, if you can like this video, I'd really appreciate it. It helps out with the algorithms, tries to bust through the blanket of, I don't know, censorship is the right word, shadow banning that this channel suffers. Most appreciated. All right, let's get into it. I have two. Maybe I'll start off with the article that I have here. Russia investigates alleged footage of Ukrainian soldiers torturing POWs, RT Russia, and the former Soviet Union. Verified graphic footage, or unverified, graphic footage claims to show Ukrainian servicemen shooting Russians at point-blank range. Russia has launched an investigation after a graphic video was posted online claiming to show the torture of prisoners of war by Ukrainian servicemen. Video circulating online shows captured soldiers being shot in the legs with medical assistance. Some of them were getting medical assistance, some of them weren't, and we'll get into that now in a moment as well. The country's Commission of Inquiry said in a statement on Sunday. The head of the Corps, Alexander Bastrykin, ordered investigators responsible for establishing all the circumstances of the incident, collecting and recording evidence and identifying all those involved, and then bringing them to justice. Although it was not immediately clear where and when the disturbing videos were taken, although I think somebody has been able to trace that, and we'll get into that later too. Some reports indicate that the incident took place at a military compound located in the Kharkov region in eastern Ukraine, which is used by nationalist units, the committee added. Let's see if there's anything else worth noting in this article. Just real quick. One sec. One thing to point out is that Ukrainians have indeed, the extreme cruelty displayed in the videos has been condemned even by pro-Ukrainian figures. The founder of Bellingcat, funded by the U.S. government, quote-unquote, investigative journalism, Elliot Higgins, for example, described him as very serious incident and called for a further investigation of the disturbing images. All right, we're going to get into these. Be fair warned, folks. This is pretty gruesome stuff. I don't know if it actually gives epilepsy. I think it's just because there's like side things on the side. Be careful though if you do have epilepsy, maybe.
Славная русская армия. Вот так вот. Приехали убивать наших детей. Еще одного нету.
So one thing to note, they have like white bands on them, right, indicating that they are prisoners of war. So you see a whole bunch of them on the
Убивать
ground.
наших детей. Еще одного нету.
And turn this down, I guess. We can't really understand what's being said anyways. So you can see blood right there. And you'll see them on a lot of these people, all by the knees. So there you are, you see them get shot. See them going down. There was blood there as well. See the guy grasping his knee there, has got blood all over him. And you can see the blue on the soldiers that are standing, indicating that it is Ukrainians. So these are the people that we're supposed to be cheering for. Like, I understand that, you know, you can blindfold them. You can take away a couple of their senses. I understand that because they have to go home and you don't want them giving up positions. Look at this, covered in blood here. I've heard people say that this is fake. This doesn't look very fake to me. Now, I'm not there and I'm no expert on this stuff. I haven't been in a combat situation. Not like this anyways, so I don't know. But it certainly looks friggin' real to me. Someone in chat is saying that CNN admitted to it. Yeah, I do have something there. Hold on. Let me go through the bookmarks real quick. Yeah. Okay, so we have a couple different things just before we continue on with this. CNN, this was yesterday. Obviously, someone said you can't trust them, of course. But when they even admit it, then you got to wonder. UN calls on Russia and Ukraine to investigate videos of mistreated POWs. I can give you the link for this if you want to read it yourself. I won't go through it because CNN is trash, but just so that you see that it is indeed at least being looked into in a small article that shows nothing other than text. They don't really want to get into it too much. I certainly haven't been hearing this on Our News, and Our News Online is not covering it whatsoever, but CNN is indeed talking about it. Also, we have, this is from Conservative Treehouse, but you can also find this on your own accord. You have Zelensky speaking out about it as well. The government is taking this very seriously, and there will be an immediate investigation. We are a European army. Well, no, you're a radicalized nationalist army for the most part, and you know, that really means nothing. And also, if you want to look into Western armies, I mean, I'm pretty sure what we did in Afghanistan and Iraq was very much like this as well. Lots of torture, lots of humiliation. But anyways, going forward, and we do not mock our prisoners. If this turns out to be real, this is absolutely unacceptable behavior. Not that they're going to listen to you, but whatever. This is Maria Dubovikova, and she was quoting Jack Posobiec, who I don't necessarily trust either, but he's at least reporting on this here, where it's saying that Zelensky advisor has released a video reminding soldiers to adhere to the Geneva Convention. This has been going down for the past 2 days or so, that this has been released. And so we're looking at a lot of different sources that are showing that they're taking it seriously. They're not just saying that it is a lie, although we see that as well. I want to show you this. I gotta be careful what's being said. This is on Poll. And we get this post on Poll by a meme flag. And they say Nexta reports this. We can get into this later too, actually. Nexta's got its own ties that are quite interesting. But it says leaked document from Russia with order to film propaganda videos in order to discredit the attitude of Ukrainian forces to POWs. So they give us this document here saying that this has all been faked. Interestingly enough, this same person replies to his own post, trying to show, because this comes from, let's see, he gives us Your Anon News, like anonymous, which for anybody who doesn't know at this point, anonymous is CIA, nothing more, nothing less. It might have been something a little bit more grassroots and independent before, but what is left now is totally intelligence agency and Nexta. So these are the only two sources that are given on this. But he replies to his own post saying, wow, this is interesting. Can't expect anything better from deceitful vatniks, which is I guess a derogatory term towards Russian soldiers. So if you guys don't know how 4chan works, when you post, I don't know how much I can show right now, but you can see this American flag here, right? When I post, my Canadian flag shows. Now you can make a choice when you post on 4chan to change your flag to a variety of different, what we call meme flags. And one of them, as you can see right here, maybe I can zoom in a little bit more. This one is the European Union one, okay? And then there's ones like the United Nations, but you choose these ones, and if you don't choose one, your own country's flag shows. But what you'll see from a lot of different, not just shills, but shills tend to do this a lot, is they'll put up a meme flag, okay? You see two different flags here, so it looks like it's a conversation with each other, right? Or someone just replying to this post organically, but for those that are a little experienced in 4chan, notice that the ID, which doesn't change no matter how many times you change your flag, will stick with you for as long as you remain or for as long as you post in this specific thread. And as you can see, it's the same ID. It's the same person that changed his flag over to United Nation one. So he can respond to himself thinking that it would look like a different person. Saying, wow, Anon, this is interesting. Can't expect anything better from deceitful vatniks. Now, this doesn't prove that this document is forged, but it certainly speaks to the veracity of the people trying to push it out there. When you only have Nexta, Your Anon News, and this guy who is clearly trying to be deceitful and just didn't know how to use 4chan, switching his flags out, well, then it looks like there might be some sort of campaign to try and discredit what's going on. And that certainly doesn't take away from the fact that you have a whole bunch of sources, independent or not, that is claiming that this is more or less real. And you wonder why we had to deal with a 24-hour news cycle of the slap. And I can't really show much more because someone else that replied put in a bad void that Susan Wojcicki wouldn't like very much. But there were other instances of people trying to push this out with a Polish flag. So I truly do think that this is real. We're going to continue on, because if you haven't seen this, you need to see it, and I think this needs to be spread far and wide. And yes, for Serbian Nigerian. I am a Leaf, and I do fully condone the day of the rake. We deserve every bit of what's coming to us. And here you see one of them. It's being kicked. The bag over his head isn't necessarily a war crime. You can blindfold them. You can see the guy's bleeding. You can see the blood there. His lip is totally busted up. Looks like he can barely breathe. It's almost like he's in shock. But he is alive. Now that would be some makeup job, wouldn't it? And another one with blood running out of his knee, right? What a coincidence that would be, that they all get shot perfectly in the knee, just randomly. Another one lying on his face. Looks like this one is getting some sort of attention. There you go. Got a truckload of people here.
Вторая порция. А вам казали, нехуй шастать.
That one, I don't know if that's necessarily a war crime. The other ones were, but this one you can blindfold. I think what I was looking up in my research is that 2 out of the 5 senses at any given time can be taken away from a prisoner of war for security or OPSEC purposes. I understand that, so that one isn't so bad. For those that can't watch this at the moment, we have seen, this person is saying, we have seen with our large team together where Ukrainians are torturing prisoners of war. I'm not going to show this video, but the premise of it is that POWs are being shot in the legs and they're watched as they die, drenched in blood. They're being laughed at, and that's what we were looking at before. Another thing to bring out, actually it'll be in the next video, just a sec. In response, a Russian soldier will never do the same. You really have to try to reach this kind of rock bottom level. I would agree. War can make some pretty evil traits come out, but this is torture. You have to have no soul, no integrity, and no conscience. This will never happen from the Russian side. Well, that does remain to be seen. However, in battle you will see no mercy, he says. Okay, let me get the other one. Let me know what you think. I'll be in the chat now in one moment. This is the one, I believe. Once again, inappropriate, offensive to some audiences, so. Some of this is double. Let me, well, maybe this is a double, but we can talk about what's going on here anyways. Let me see if I can increase the footage. It doesn't really matter. We don't need to see it perfectly anyways at this point. You've seen it already. So from what I've also heard about this is that these guys are being shot in the knees and not being treated unless they reveal positions of the Russian forces and other sensitive information. If they give up the information, they get medical treatment, like tourniquets and stuff put onto their legs and whatnot. If they don't, they're just left there to suffer and possibly die, because you can die from the shock. Getting shot in the knee is, well, if anybody's had a knee injury and knows it hurts, you can only imagine what it's like if you get shocked or shot in that area. So that is, those are the videos if you haven't seen them yet. Let me get you the first one, because that one is the one that really should be shared around and has the most complete amount of information. Yeah, let's see what you guys have to say there. Hey, Avidan, what do I think about the new CNN Plus service? I haven't looked into it. Probably won't. CNN is not really worth my time, and not really worth anyone's time, unless, of course, you are a kid fucker. Excuse my language. But, yeah, they have their issues with pedophilia, apparently. Got a few of them. What's the names? Rick Salibi and John Griffin have been arrested. John Griffin was real close to Cuomo, Fredo Cuomo. Let's see, what else? Is there anything specific you wanted me to look into, Scripture Shores? Let me know. Let criminals run free and give them guns, too. Oh boy, backfiring. Yeah, for those that don't know, Ukraine released a lot of their criminals and gave them guns to fight on the front lines. You can find that on mainstream sources as well. You can look that up for yourself. We've covered that a few times here. I don't want to overdo it. Okay, this is a good comment. Like Zelensky has any control over them, talking about this right here. You got to think about it. These people are in, I don't know if this was Mariupol or Kharkiv or in the northern parts. In these areas, they're all surrounded. They've all been told, as the Azov battalion and the other nationalist forces, or I shouldn't even say nationalist, because it has nothing to do with nationalism. It's like a perverted, radicalized, fascist kind of nationalism or whatever. These people know what's going to happen to them when they get caught by the Russian forces. And as someone, I think I also saw in chat, there's videos on the basket weaving board that show heaps of bodies of Azov. I don't think I can show that one because it's like they're dead people and stuff like that. But there's like a whole mound of Azovians, or Azovites, I think they're called. And they're all dead. And they know what's going to happen to them. They're not going to listen. These people that are flying the Black Sun and stuff, whether they're funded by a Jew or not, they're not going to listen to some Jew telling them to play nice when they have to do anything and everything to get the information that they need to survive. That's what's going on there, okay? That's what's going on, and these are the people we're supposed to be condoning. But they know that if they get caught by the Russians, they're dead men. And this is what's going on. Next up, we're going to be going into Patrick Lancaster's footage. And there's actually a bit of good footage that he's done over the past little bit. But I just want to get into the comments first. I have no words except I'm utterly disgusted by humanity, or disgusted in humanity. This is, well, humans... we can stoop to some pretty low levels. Like, there's always that argument that I hear that, humans are basically good or humans are basically bad. Leftists tend to take the former comment, and right-wingers, to simplify the ideals, they believe in the latter. To simply put it, whereas I like to kind of go in the middle and say that we are capable of both great good and great evil. And the term humanity, I think, has kind of been hijacked. We always refer to humanity as something that is good. Oh, the humanity. But I don't see that. I don't see that at all. I think we're capable of both. And such is our essence. It's just which environment we're in for either side to be stoked. That's right, Avidan. People who have been in the field, who have never been in the field, claim it's fake. Yeah, I keep seeing that. I keep seeing people say it's fake on Twitter and things like that, but they give no evidence or give nothing at all. And this is the best piece of evidence that someone gave. That poll thing right here. Nexta, I took a quick look into them. I found something on RT. Again, I don't trust RT. However, when they want to expose their opponents, then they will often give us information that we can verify for themselves. That's one thing I've noticed about RT. They give us enough information that we can do the digging on our own. I want to bring this up. Nexta is a Belarusian media group. And this was from November 2020. Belarus places founder and editor of Nexta social media channel on interstate wanted list for planning anti-government demos. This white, red, and white flag was the flag that was being flown during the attempted coup d'etat in Belarus last year. It is highly connected to a color revolution as well. We can't get into it for too long here, but just if you want to get into it yourself, you will find this flag being flown in a lot of different parts of the coup that was, I guess, almost 2 years now. After sharing videos of protests and police brutality, the anti-government media channel climbed over 1.8 million subscribers and became a highly influential voice for opposition demonstrators in Belarus. Very much like Gromadsky for Ukraine during the Euromaidan. It does come off like that when I did my research on this. One thing I want to pull out, when you go to Nexta's website, they don't tell you much about their funding. Okay, it looks like they've learned a little bit since. I never dug too much to go into like archived parts on Nexta, but from what I'm seeing, they don't show too much about where their funding is. However, let's see. Nexta, despite their rapidly growing popularity, the employees of Nexta Live insist that the company is entirely independent and doesn't receive any funding, telling online-based Russian publication The Bell that they have never received a grant nor an offer from any third-party organization or country. However, one of its journalists, London-based Tadeusz Gichan, I don't know, is also employed by SIPA. We'll get into them now in 1 second. A voraciously anti-Russian U.S. lobby group funded by NATO, the U.S. State Department, and American arms contractors, which seeks to promote Washington's influence in Central and Eastern Europe. And I pulled up, give this a moment to load. This is the guy, Tadeusz Gichan is a non-resident fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis. He's a London-based journalist with Nexta, Belarus's largest Telegram channel, and a PhD candidate at the University College London. Yada, yada, yada. But as you can see here, he has his connections with the West indeed. Center for European Policy Analysis reeks of Globo Homo NGO. And NGO is indeed what it is. Who were some of the names real quick that I can get into? So we have President and CEO. Let's see. She's been quoted many times by WAPO, NYT, Wall Street Journal, Foreign Affairs, which, if I'm not mistaken, is Council on Foreign Relations. No, you know what? I don't think it is. I think that's called Foreign Policy. The Atlantic as well, which is, what's his name? Steve Jobs' wife or widow funds that. That's the one that also said that there's no child trafficking problem. Frequent commentator in major media outlets such as Fox News, CNN, and BBC. And she's out of Berkeley, one of the MK Ultra capitals. Emory University as well. Few other things to look into. I think Geisha Gonzalez. Yeah, this one was an interesting. She's also been on WAPO and The Hill, these NED groups. That's basically what they are. It's just one's a little bit lefty, one of them's a little bit righty. Look where she comes out of, though. London School of Economics and Marquette University. Anyone know which order that's from? Marquette University is a private Jesuit research university in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. There's also another one. Let's see if I can find him real quick. I want to say it was James Lamond. No, it wasn't him. But the more that you go through these people, the more that you will find that they're tied in all with the same organization, same mainstream news and all that kind of stuff. Is it this guy? He's with Bloomberg, this guy. I got to see if I can find it real quick. Ivana Kuz, American Foreign Policy Council. A lot of them are out of CUNY as well, City College of New York. That's a big one. Harvard University. There's a few of them that come from Georgetown University as well. That's what I'm trying to find at this moment, but I don't want to spend too much more time on that. Needless to say, just circling back to quote Jen Psaki, this Nexta group certainly has its affiliations with Globo Homo, and when they try and say that they're independent, well, I think we know the difference of that. And these are the ones, aside from Your Anon News, that are saying that this is fake. I don't think that this is fake whatsoever. I don't think so at all. I wonder if Chrystia Freeland will acknowledge this. Well, she didn't acknowledge when she was holding the Banderite scarf either. But, you know, she's got a long line of Nazi collaborators in her group. Let's see. Hey, Leaves, should we speak Espanol or Russian after World War III? Why Spanish? I don't know. Not sure about that one. What's that Real Blood from Real Wounds looks like? It does. It looks real to me as well. Thanks, Twitwit. Bevan Stacia Kirsa says, what did they have to gain by this crazy act? Escalation. If they are Azov battalion, they won't care. So again, remember that you have Azov and these other groups of Ukrainian combatants. Their backs are against the wall at the moment now, and they need everybody a bit of information that they can possibly get from these people. What I have heard and what it seems like in the video is that only some of them were getting medical attention. The other ones were basically just left there with their wounds. Is that the ones that speak and give them information get medical attention. They all get a shot, and the ones that speak out get medical attention. The ones that don't get medical attention. So you can see that there are ways. It's a torture mechanism for interrogation, you know, a very overt one and group one. Let's see. A cornered animal will do some pretty wild stuff, says General Meow Meow. Indeed. That is exactly what's going on there. There's footage of 100 plus corpses of the Azov battalion in the basket weaving forum. Yeah, I saw Up Deliver on that last night. Pretty gruesome stuff too. I would show that, but I can't show it. That one's a little bit, I think that will get me kicked. Now, if you got a link for the people in the chat, they can get their own information on that. I can't touch it. I never saw anything. Dana, it's a place for Mongolians. Sorry, did Dana ask a question on something? He only looks about 20. The poor. Oh yeah, that guy with his busted lip. Yeah. Very sad. Alex Jones covered this, and he insists that they are shot in the testicles, for lack of a better word. Serbian Nigerian, thank you. I've heard that as well. We saw a lot of the blood around the pants area, so that could be the case. I've also heard people advocating that doctors castrate the prisoners of war. Now, I don't know if that's true. I wasn't able to find much on that. If you guys know of any information, you can put it there. That's fine. Avidan, there is an extension that brings back the dislike number. Check it out. I have it on a couple of other browsers. I just forgot to get it. I forgot to get it for this one. Yeah, I need to install it on this. I do. Although you can kind of get a good idea of the ratio or whatever by the comments to likes now at this point. That's why they're trying to remove as many comments as possible now. They've now upped the security, and it'll like instantly remove, be more strict on things that could be going against the narrative. Where can I find the Azov bodies video? It was on 4chan was the last time I saw it. You're not going to find it on mainstream. And I would want to show it just so I can give a balanced approach to it. We don't see any torture in it. It's a bunch of dead bodies that are like stacked up on top of each other. I would show it just to give some balance, but I really can't risk that one. I just know that since I got this from YouTube, then I could most likely put it up if it hasn't been taken down by now. Tony says humanity comes from humus, which means earth soil. Should be good. Yes, that is indeed where it comes from. It is indeed. Welcome to the live stream. I see you comment in a few of those few of my videos. Appreciate it, and it's good to see you catch a live stream. Dragonman Assassin says Foreign Affairs is put out by the CFR. Yeah, let's double check that. Let's double check that real quick.
Patrick Lancaster and
Hey, my man, our boy. We'll get to him now in 1 second. Foreign Affairs. Was that the one that we were just talking about then? Oh yeah, it is. It is too. I was wrong when I said it wasn't. Foreign Affairs, that is the one. I know that there's one called like Foreign Policy, and then like that I keep mixing up. Like I keep mixing up the two. One of them is from Foreign Affairs, one isn't. So Foreign or Foreign Relations, CFR. So yeah, CFR related. Lovely stuff, huh? Totally unbiased. Totally unbiased. Yeah, thank you very much for posting that, man. Appreciate it. Hello, Abidon. Wake up call. Good to see you, my friend. Marquette, not far from me. Yeah, Jesuit institutions aren't far from anyone. All with the same anti-Roman Catholic organization, Chabad Lubavitch. So I would venture to agree that Jesuits are pretty anti-Catholic when they want to be. They're certainly anti-Christian. But yeah, Chabad Lubavitch, and listen, if you go into the alumni of Jesuit universities, you're going to find a lot of little hats. Okay, they work together. They definitely work together. So no argument from me on that there. I got to ask you, Frogs, though. Frogs, do you deny that Jesuits aren't involved with Globo Homo? Like, do you believe that it's only the little hats? Because I agree that little hats are involved heavily with Globo Homo. But I also believe that, at least to some extent, the Jesuits are as well. Now, my assertion is that they're on top of things. But we don't have to agree on that. But just to get where you stand on that, do you believe or deny that little hats or Jesuits are involved? Like to hear your answer on that. How's it going? It's all right, man. We're looking at pretty gruesome videos. So somber. Somber mood here. Anyone got a link to Azov Death Pit? I tell you what, on my break, I'll see if I can find a link. But I can't post it here. I mean, I can't show the video here because it's pretty gross. Pretty gross stuff. Everything can always be found on the Basket Weaving Forum. Yeah, I think if you were to go into the archive right now, you don't even need to go on 4plebs. But if you go 4chan.org and into poll and then go into the archive and just Control F, put in Azov, you should be able to find at least one thread that is talking about it right now. Just beware, if you haven't been on 4chan before, there's some pretty nasty stuff on it. And once you join, once you enter, you can never leave. You'll be there forever. Okay. Let's see. I've actually seen a doctor say on Ukrainian TV to castrate them because they are lower than dogs, he said. Dana Richards, if you got a link to that, please post it. You got a wrench, so your link should be able to get through. And I would like to take a look at that. Kalash X21, hello lads, good evening. Hello, my friend. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Twitwit, I skipped your question. Give me 1 second. Any word from the UN? Russia is a lead member of the UN, and Ukraine appears to be committing war crimes. When I did my search, I couldn't find much. Let's take a look. Russian POWs, prisoners of war. prisoners of war. Can't type. Okay, we got UN urging investigation into video. I think also, you know what, CNN, I think that article also mentions UN saying it. Top United Nations official has called on both Russia and Ukraine to investigate videos that appear to show their soldiers mistreating prisoners of war during the conflict in Ukraine. The government of Kiev has said it is looking into one video that purports to show Ukrainians shooting Russian prisoners in the legs. The commander of Ukraine's army has suggested that the graphic video is a staged act of propaganda. You know, these are the same people that not even a year ago, had you ever brought up the word false flag, they would call you a conspiracy theorist. And these are all the same people on, well, I mean, I don't know about this Ukraine army commander dude, but it wouldn't surprise me. But at least on Twitter and the mainstream and stuff like that, on Reddit and things like that, all of these people will now immediately say, staged act of propaganda, it's a hoax. These are the same people that call you conspiracy theorists for looking into things like Handy Sook and stuff like that. Same people. But anyways, NBC News was unable to authenticate the video. Why don't you give us the video so we can find for ourselves? No? No NBC? Oh, you're just going to show a big Russian missile? Is that what you're going to do? And then a bunch of tanks that have been captured? Okay. Yeah. You wouldn't want us to be able to make up our minds for ourselves, right? The Kremlin, whose own disinformation experts have ranged from accusing the United States of running a network of it's non-existent, guys, biolabs across Ukraine, to denying it has launched a war at all. Ugh. Okay. All right. Well, we got this anyways. Matilda Bogner, head of UN's Human Rights Office in Ukraine, said at a news briefing Monday that her team was in the process of verifying a number of videos, but that on the face of it, it does raise serious concerns. Now, why does this show after you talk about non-existent biolabs and the commander of Ukraine's army, no name given, and just staged act of propaganda? But the organization that you're talking about is the last thing to be mentioned here. Matilda Bogner is the one that's looking into it. Maybe we can find some more on her now. It's worth looking into. And then we'll get into Patrick Lancaster's stuff. He's got some great footage. We'll probably get into a good bit of it today, actually. Matilda Bogner, out of civilmplus.org. Now, when I was doing my research for the CIA NED, these guys were funded by USAID, so I don't expect much coming out of her. Has she been working with Civil M Plus? Civil M Plus. Now, this is actually an interesting one. They are one of the biggest groups trying to reintegrate Donetsk and Lugansk into Ukraine, back with Ukraine. And they're launching all sorts of propaganda as well as on-the-ground movement or on-the-ground operations to for counterinsurgency. So they are working with people with that. So very sketchy that she shows up here. As you can see, one of the first things that show here, the future of Donbass. So you know I'm not just talking BS. They are heavily involved in this, and they are funded by USAID. Let's see if I can get that real quick. Center for Civil Liberties. These were the ones that we were looking at earlier, and they are funded by the NED, National Endowment for Democracy. Ideas for Change with the pedo logo in there. Couple pedo logos in there, huh? An actual spy wrangle here. Interesting. Now, I know that logo actually is quite common with Kharkiv. That spy wrangle or whatever. It's often, it's in their logo, their city logo. Pax Owen. But they don't say where they get their funding here right off the hop, and it would take me too long to get into it, so we'll digress from that. So yeah, as per Matilda Bogner, I have a feeling she's going to come out and say it was a hoax a couple days later, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Sorry, I missed your question there before, Twitwit. Appreciate the extra bump so that I didn't miss it. Just want to get the rest of these. Maria Carey. Copy link address. This article that you're giving me. Oh, okay. DailyMail.com. Ukrainian doctor tells TV interviewer that he has ordered his staff to castrate Russian soldiers because they are cockroaches. Gennady Druzenko, 49, told Ukraine 24 he gave order to castrate Russian POWs. Lovely. The owner of a Warzone mobile hospital told broadcast they are cockroaches. A Warzone mobile hospital. So the owner of a Warzone mobile hospital in eastern Ukraine has told a Ukrainian TV interviewer that he has instructed his doctors to castrate captured Russian soldiers. Made the extraordinary remark during an interview with Ukrainian TV, saying, "I have always been a great humanist," okay, and said that if a man is wounded, he is no longer an enemy but a patient. But now I give very strict orders to castrate all captured Russian men because they are cockroaches, not people. But you're a humanist. Okay. But he later clarified, saying no order to castrate prisoners have been given and that his hospital saves lives, period. However, he then added on Facebook, "We're going to kill, not prisoners, but brutal bastards who rape my land." What? Double speak much there, guy? Do you double speak much there? There he is. There he is. Wonder how many kids he's got under his belt. Since 2014, some 500 doctors, male and female, have worked with Druzenko's mobile hospital. A lawyer by training, he set up the first voluntary mobile hospital, which deploys civilian doctors and nurses in the conflict zone to those close to the separatist republics in eastern Ukraine. He also told famous Russian TV host Evgeny Kizelyov on the Ukraine 24 channel, "Believe all doctors who save the patients. Russians will die here, die in large numbers." Okay. Those who come here will remember their nightmare on Ukrainian soil. Like the Germans remember Stalingrad. Oh, gosh. I mean, I don't mean to laugh at such disgusting stuff, but this is how radicalized these people are at this point. They don't even realize that what they're saying is just totally wrong. Wonder if he said the same thing about the Donetskins that were killed. Thank you for that link. I appreciate it. I haven't seen that myself. I've only heard like in comments and stuff like that. Dana Richards, I guess that's the video for the Azov stack of bodies, so I can't play it here, but for those that want to see it, I can pin it. Thank you very much. Kradar says, let's talk about Will Smith. Let's not, okay? I think he's gotten enough free coverage. The thing is that the UN member countries must support Russia against Ukraine war crimes. Oh, yeah. I wonder what will happen in that resolution. So they probably shovel it off to that Matilda Gagner or whatever her name was. And we'll probably never hear about it again so that it never makes it to any sort of resolution. I wonder what will happen. Remember why ho-holes are dying? Ho-holes is a Russian derogatory term for Ukrainians meaning ducks. Are dying for Ukraine. Their women are thought how to date Africans in France. I've seen some TikTok videos and it's pretty gross. Yeah, he hit Chris Rock. Jeff C always skips my questions. I didn't. I got your question. I think it's a distraction. I tell you what, to answer your question, I think it's a distraction. This is the kind of stuff to get us off of what's going on in Ukraine, the people that we've been supporting. Then there's also the fact that Will Smith has to regain his image. He's been cucked. He's been basically exposed by his wife as a bisexual. So he's got to look like a big man again, right? That's what's going on there, I think. And then Oscars, who just had I think the second worst viewing of, or like audience. I think last year it went from like 24 million people watching to 9 million. And they were probably on par for that yet again this year. We saw throughout the months or whatever that they were in a crisis mode, that nobody was going to be watching. ABC actually cut a bunch of the awards from, like they got rid of a bunch of the awards so it would shorten the show because they didn't want to waste airtime. So they had to do drastic stuff to get people to watch and make it relevant again. So that was part of it. I think that there was a whole bunch of factors at play there, but that's all I'm going to mention on it. No need to get into it. Where's the sound? Is the sound working? I had it turned down pretty short. Just a second. Yeah, it was just people speaking Russian for the most part. Oh, on that second video, there was no sound. There was no sound on the second video. Did I watch Gonzalo's video on his opinion of an FF coming this week? Yes, I did. And he had like a multiple part on that one. I don't know if I saw all of both of them. But yeah, he makes some good points. They're poising for this over time. They're talking about chemical attacks, nuclear stuff, bringing up a whole bunch of things that you could have some NATO saboteur come in and blame everything on Russia. And then all of a sudden, false flags could never be the case. In true doublespeak fashion, they'll go from everything is a false flag that Russia comes out with to you're a conspiracy theorist if you ever think false flags could ever happen. You know what's going to happen there. Rape my land, what? Yeah, he's saying that Russians are raping his land. And so just using, the most emotional words possible in order to gain rationalization for his comments about castrating prisoners of war. Yeah, he's a eugenicist. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because he called himself a humanist. Yeah. No, that was the video of the doctor saying to castrate them. Okay. Sure. Let's quickly look it up.
Горит путинская техника хорошо. Трупы путиноидов смердят, но как бы...
Pretty quiet, I know.
Становится безвредными. Я своим врачам дал указание. Всегда я был большим гуманистом и говорил, что как только человек пораненный, он уже не враг, а пациент. Но теперь очень жесткое указание всем мужчинам кастрировать, потому что это тараканы, а не люди. И поверьте, все врачи, которые всю жизнь спасали пациентов, русские тут будут умирать в большом количестве. Те, кто идет, будут вспоминать кошмар украинской земли, как немцы вспоминали Сталинград.
Not too much shock on his face, but Ukraine 24 is well into radicalization territory. Whom I don't know if there's going to be comments because not many people have seen this video, but I can almost guarantee that someone will say that the Jews did it. Just wait. Oh, not this time. BitChute comments are unreal sometimes. They don't have any POWs. They have a few. Yeah, no, they do. They do have a few. Did Tucker mention anything on this? Not that I trust Tucker Carlson, but he is one of the only ones that's bringing up anything. But you know what? He's kind of like bringing up the same stuff that Tim Pool is coming up with. Like they'll always say, there's issues on both sides, or the limited limited hangout discussions like bioweapons that they're able to say is it's a conspiracy theory and things like that. That's what Tucker's mostly coming up with. He is to an extent questioning the narrative that's going on. But I, again, think he's a limited hangout. And you almost never see him talk about anything that's truly damning against the Ukrainian army or the Ukrainian regime. There's very little that he actually talks about. I mean, I appreciate that they bring up the biolabs because it is a real thing, but it can be explained away a lot easier than the atrocities that Ukraine has been committing in Donbass, which I almost never hear him talk about. I don't think I have ever seen him mention it. Anything about the Zelensky, Kolomoisky regime, there's little to nothing. Privatbank, any of this kind of stuff. John McCain's involvement in Euromaidan, anything on Euromaidan, I see him mention nothing on that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I haven't seen him do anything on that. And you can see the same thing. Tim Pool. Is Tim Pool big here? I think so. I think he posts all this stuff here, doesn't he? Hold on. Let's see. Tim Pool. Tim Pool. I just want to show you like how they're using their shills like Tim Pool. And make no mistake, Tim Pool's a shill. He got his start with Occupy Wall Street, having his videos covered on what do you call it? On NBC. That's where he got his start. That's how he got launch padded into there. I don't know if I can find his channel. Hold on. Really? There we go. Tim. Sorry, guys. So yeah, you can get a grasp for like where they are willing to go and where they are not willing to go. Shills like this. And like Tim Pool is kind of like Tucker Carlson tier shill. Let's see, from about a month ago. So Russia escalates fear of World War III. So he was first off trying to blame Russia. Russia issues new threats of war. So again, Russia high alert sparks nuclear war fears. Russia warns NATO of nuclear World War III. So once again, no mentioning of the shelling that was basically the final straw. The shelling of Donbass that restarted, which was just days before Russia invaded. Right? So no talk of that. The only escalation that you could see by Tim Pool is Russia, 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 Russia. Same thing as any other MSM. He just gives you a little bit more of a twist, make it look like you're getting a little bit more information. And you kind of do get a little more information than you would from MSM. But that's the whole point of a limited hangout. You got to give them a reason to be watched. Russia says running U.S. So, yeah, we get into the biowarfare, right? Intel sources claim Putin is dying from cancer. Biden bans Russian gas, right? Like all of these are all MSM like false talking points that I've been seeing since I started researching this stuff. We're not getting anything else from this guy. The View calls for arresting Tulsi and Tucker for Russian propaganda. So once again, not really getting into anything at all that's damning for Ukraine. There's nothing at all here. It's just trying to wag the dog with stories of personality of Putin and all this kind of stuff. And then he even puts Zelensky, which is an old photo from like 2 years ago, in the cover as if he's in the fight. U.S. deploys Marines to Australia, blah, blah, blah. And then he moves on to other stuff for the most part. And then back to Russia's nuclear command officials vanish, sparking paranoia. So once again, back to Russia, 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 Russia. Yeah. And then back to the biolab scandal, which again, I'm not saying that the biolab scandal is fake. I'm saying that the MSM has poised it quite well, to be honest. Their propaganda, if there's one thing that they've done well in the propaganda, is they've been able to pigeonhole this biolab discussion as fake news and propaganda. So he's just playing right into it. And that's the only piece of information that you're not getting on MSM that you're getting. Same thing with Tucker Carlson, right? They're one and the same. They're one and the same. I would love to be a fly on the wall when Tim Pool decided to do these videos and see who was behind him, to be honest. I don't trust him whatsoever. Again, I used to watch him a little bit ago, and you do get a little bit more information than you would from other places, but not much more. And at what cost? At what cost? Let's see. Sounds like an admission to war crime, says username 3544. Yeah, this is as close to it as admission as what we're probably ever going to get. And welcome to the channel, new guys. You guys now have wrenches so that you can post links if you need to. Yeah, everything's complicated with Tim Pool, right? It's complicated, and that's his main theme is neutral chaos. Okay, is to just convolute every story so that you can't make heads or tails of it, and say that nothing can be explained, and at the same time, Occam's razor. He's the one that pushed out Occam's razor that everybody was talking about now, and Occam. We won't get into it now, but Occam's razor is saying that the most likely thing, the most simple position is what is most likely to have happened. So that's a thought-killing fallacy. Anybody who uses that unironically, I think, it's no better than what a normie would use, okay? It stops people from looking deeper into a theory or a discussion or a topic, because the most simple thing that can explain something is what caused it. And I don't accept that at all. But people just mention this is true because Occam's razor. I've seen that so many times online, and it makes no sense. But because Tim Pool said it, everybody's pushing it. Not everybody, but many people are pushing it online. CNN and the award ceremonies are probably the least viewed shows because people can tell they're shills. Yep, they're bleeding viewership. Like, it used to be that people kind of thought it was, at least maybe they were a little lazy or something like that, but at least they weren't lying to you outright. Now, I think that veneer is completely gone. Completely gone. Man, just check 4chan. Never seen such uncultured discussions in my life. Oh, dude. It's bad. And see, this is the thing about 4chan. There's no fame that you can gain from there, unless you're stupid enough to post your name, things like that. I don't recommend doing that. In fact, don't ever do that. I'm sketchy enough by posting my videos there because people can kind of link me to it. But the thing about it is that it is a great way to spread information. And there's a lot of smart people on 4chan that don't follow regular narratives, or else they wouldn't be there. They'd be revolted by the uncultured discussions, but they're not. This is a filter to get rid of the normies, okay? And then what you're left with, aside from the shills and the bots and stuff like that, you have a lot of people that want to find the truth about things and they want to share it, and they don't care about namesake, they don't care about growing a brand or anything like that. They're just there for the information and passing on information. So when I want to do a deep dive on something, I will start a thread and start baking. And this is the best place because people come together and they drop information. You can't just say, take my word for it because I'm me, because you're a nobody there. Everybody's a nobody there. You can only go by the information that you provide and be judged upon that. And that's why I really appreciate 4chan. I really do. There's very few places online now that have A, the population, and B, the type of population that's willing to do that. Right, in order to get to the heart of the matter of any situation. But along with it, you have to get the gold, you have to sift through a lot of crap. That's for sure. That's for sure. It's not for everybody. Oh yeah, one other thing I want to show as well. I do have it lined up here already. So this is a video. Now I can't confirm it just yet. But this is a video, apparently, where a Ukrainian militant is using a dead Russian's phone to FaceTime like the mother of that soldier to brag about how he just killed him. This is what's going on here, at least what is reported to be going on here. Calling family of deceased to mock and swear at them, knowing modern phones. The soldier in question must have been alive before they unlocked his device. That's another POW war crime. I don't know if it's a war crime, but it's sickening. And you don't have to know the language to see how disgusting this demeanor is. Just imagine calling someone's mother and having this demeanor.
Слава Украине!
Илюшин, смотри. Вон, видишь, Илюшин.
Слава Украине! Илюши больше нет. Он заболел и умер. Все. Нет Илюши. Он заблудился. Заблудился. Это была первая его ошибка. Вторая была, он заблудился в Украине. А третья, последняя, он сдох, сука. Алло, что, у вас там нет уже отключили? Россияне. Че вы причмокиваете губу, дама?
Ты видишь это ли?
Нет.
Да, я вижу. Что там, Алехана видно? Алехана, это ублюдок какой-то. Почему этот козлов не показывает? Когда, если он лгал? Покажите лап, Ледина.
Так от него осталась, блядь, одна жопа оторванная, нога, что мне показывать? Телефон, слава богу, спасли, чтобы вас набрать и сказать, что этого полупокера уже нету, придурка ебаного.
Это у тебя вместо головы жопа, блядь.
Не, сейчас вот у вашего парня вот где-то плюс-минус, как вы говорите, вместо головы у него жопа, а там, где жопа, там голова или что от нее осталось. Слава украинской артиллерии. Так а что его показать? Его собаки доедят, да и все.
Твою маму собаки доедят, мразь.
Доедят собаки, мы же даже их не хороним. Их хоронить, блядь, ну нет времени, потому что так ебашим полным ходом.
Okay, so yeah, you guys, for the translation, he said yes, he found a cell phone on the corpse and called Mama. Then he laughs dirty and says, your son, your dearest, is lying here in pieces. And the woman is shocked and keeps asking where her son Ilya is. Has probably parallel over FaceTime. The woman, the mother asks if he can show it. She can't believe him. And then he says obscenely that there is nothing left to look at. That the leftovers are being eaten by stray dogs. So this is the type of scumbags, if bearing that this is true. These are the type of scumbags that are fighting for Ukraine. Lovely stuff. And just the way that he's talking to her too. Just look at this.
Сдох, сука.
What a scumbag. What a scumbag. Thank you very much. I believe that was Dana that at least reminded me to play that. I did have that ready and good to go, but I appreciate it. Tim Poole Wiki. Poole was born in Chicago, Illinois, and grew up in a lower middle class family. He attended a Catholic school. Imagine my shock, until completing the 5th grade and left school at the age of 14. Yeah, I betcha he's got some MK stuff going on too. Every red-pilled American still believe the fake genocide in China. So I don't know how much of it is fake, but I know that it's not necessarily what we're being told, okay? I'm not going to sit here and defend China. I worked with enough of them to know that there has been a radicalization and almost a de-souling of these people. But a lot of the sources where we hear about the Uyghurs, okay, you start going into it and you see the same people that are funding the radicalization of Ukraine, which is the National Endowment for Democracy. I think Max Blumenthal actually did a good attempted interviews where they ran away from him when he crashed an NED party or like some sort of banquet that they had. He starts asking them questions about the sources on Uyghurs, and they all source themselves. So we have the same people that are going against Russia also going against China. And this is another interesting thing too, right? This is how they've been able to segregate us. The left is obsessed with Russia and the right is obsessed with China. I've noticed that. And I think that it's two sides of the same coin yet again, right? They get us locked in our little cages, right? So that we start hating each side, and then we come together to fight them both. I think that's their little plan that they're doing. I think that's what they're doing. Can't watch Tim Pool. He grosses me out. What really grosses me out is when I hear him talk to other people. He's like super... What's the word? He doesn't know how to have a conversation with somebody. He just like... He reminds me of how when I was like growing up and like I was hanging out with some somewhat intellectual friends and we all wanted to prove how much we knew. And we were like when we were like 16, 17, and we'd all like start arguing with each other over the most trivial things that we can't prove either way, right? That's what it reminds me of. It's like he's never grown up from that stage of his life. And he's always trying to correct his friends or look smarter than the other people that's with him. Like, provided that it's not all an act. Like, I remember watching him when that Adam guy was on. And just like, he treated like total garbage. It was brutal to watch. It was so cringy. Carlson was briefly enrolled at Collège de l'Allemand, a boarding school in Switzerland, but said he was kicked out. He attained a secondary education at St. George's School. Now that's interesting. He went to school in Switzerland. Seems to be the place to go for Globo Homo. Thank you, B-Son. Appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench. Bob Young says, I think a lot of people didn't know the 8-year conflict and tension between Russia and Ukraine. That's true. That's true. And I knew very little about it as well. Like, I did know some about it because I was subbed to certain channels back in 2014 when this was happening. I knew about the F the EU conversation with Victoria Nuland. I knew that there was some stuff going down over there, but I didn't know about the fallout that happened afterwards in Donbass. I did know that Eastern Ukraine was Russian, and I thought that, you know, they were not going to like what was happening, but I didn't know much about what was happening. So I can appreciate that if people don't know, but like, it's been a month now. You know, any researcher worth their salt will inevitably come across that, or they're just being fed talking points by somebody, or they're intentionally avoiding the discussion. Like, it's so important. It's so crucial and vital to every bit of this, from step one to the day before the invasion, which is what it is. Like, we can just call it an invasion. Russia doesn't want to call it an invasion, but we can call it an invasion. But at the same time, you can see what was going on. We saw it in the headlines as well, that Donbass was getting shelled days before. Like, the shelling was continuing at a much higher volume days before Russia invaded. Like, we saw that. Like, there's no excuse for it at this point. For the average listener that's like, you know, just trying to get their daily dose of news, I understand that. But if you're a researcher, this is something that I found very early in my studies. To miss that, there's no excuse for Tim Pool to not be able to talk about it. There's no excuse for Tucker Carlson to talk about it and just go endlessly on about biolabs, which, yes, they are important, but the MSM has successfully pigeonholed it, and Tucker Carlson is not exactly considered a reliable source by anybody that is not a diehard GOP conservative. Right? No one's going to learn anything from Tucker Carlson unless you already like him. If you fell for, which I did at one point, that you can't cuck the tuck. Like, that was most certainly a campaign by some Masons or whatever, little hats, you name your pick. That was definitely a campaign to give him credibility amongst those that are somewhat dissident against the status of the powers that be. Tim Pool was the first place I heard about the Wuhan biolab, though, early in the pandemic. I think he reports independently on stuff until he gets scolded or receives instructions. Yeah, they probably, you know, keep micromanaging to a minimum, but if push comes to shove, he's going to follow his orders, right? And we see that all the time, too. He censors himself a lot, right? But a good point well taken. It's important to bring up the biolab, though. What you're not going to hear much about with him, though, is the defense. I don't know. Can you think of a time where he actually brings up U.S. DTRA, like the Defense Threat Reduction Group? I forget what the E is, or the A agency. There you go. He doesn't mention any of the intelligence connections. He doesn't mention I think he might have mentioned EcoHealth once it was like basically out in the open, and you'd lose credibility if you didn't mention it. But no, absolutely none of the CIA and other agencies' connections did you hear. If you're only going with the Wuhan Biolab, which is important to the conversation, indeed. But if you're only going with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, you would be inclined to conclude that this was a Chinese either F-up, that they accidentally let it out, or B, they intentionally did it, and that it has nothing to do with any intelligence community from USA or Global Homo. Right? That's where you would conclude. You would be like, China did it. It's all China. It's the China virus, right? And I don't see that there's much difference between that and much of the other conservative sources. It's a good point, though. It is a good point that he brought up the biolab, and I do remember that. I was still watching him at the time. But I don't remember him talking about anything about the... anything besides China did it. All right, let's get on this. Get back on the road here. That link, no way it's real. Is that guy trolling? I don't know. Maybe I take everything with a grain of salt, to be honest, because there's a lot of fog of war. White Tiger. Biting Eye says, Wuhan idea is most likely false. Not sure if it was an MSM. U.S. military left Wuhan and U.S. embassy in Wuhan 1 month before it all started in November 2019. Yeah, there's that. However, you can see a clear paper trail with the EcoHealth Alliance. I don't have it on me now. I have it on an external hard drive. But on that external hard drive, I have this big web where EcoHealth was funded by NIAID and USAID, the same people that are behind Freedom House in Ukraine and stuff like that, and Metabiota. They have connections with the CIA, and they have connections with EcoHealth Alliance, and they gave them money, EcoHealth Alliance, to study bat coronaviruses in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We do have that paper trail. Now, does that mean that that's what got out? I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting how the breakout happens basically within the same kilometer of that place. But it could have something to do with the military games or whatever it was that they were doing. But also, that's another really good way, because that was an international military game. So you could release it from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. It gets to the soldiers. They make sure it gets to the soldiers. And then all of these soldiers go back to their respective homes. Also, there was a Chinese New Year at that time. Just a little bit after, but whatever. And you have all of the Chinese diaspora that's international. They're basically in every country. They went back, including people that I worked with, by the way. They went back to their own place. Wuhan is the international hub. So like if you have to go from any other country to China, most likely you're going to end up, at least in a connecting flight, in Wuhan. Okay? And then they all go, they have their potlucks over there, they eat with each other, they spread it all around, and then they come back to the countries that they were in and spread it to us. I caught it. I caught alpha from that. Okay? So I know that there was like the military training and stuff like that there, but that could be just the vector point after the fact, and not that it came from those games, that it was a result of those games coming here. The fact that it spread so fast could be. Could be. Chronicle, good to see you, man. Hey, Avidan, my old friend, he says. Good to see you. Did you, by the way, have you seen the Azores? Or the Azores, or Azores, however you pronounce it. They got like 1,000 earthquakes there over the past couple days. There might be a new volcano Might cover that at some point. You saw the Ukrainian Nazi stab a Russian traitor in the face. Yes. Do I have a video of that? 1 second. I probably won't be able to do this one, but you see him, he's stabbing him in the face. Yeah. You can find that online. You can find that online. I don't have that one, and it's probably just too gruesome to show on YouTube, to be honest. I don't know. But it is disgusting. Dude gets stabbed in the eye with like a huge blade, and it gets put through his head. Yeah, probably a little too gross to put on here. Abidan, you're batting 1,000 lately. Thank you, bro. Hey, no problem, man. It's good to have you, and good to have you in a chat. I see you in the comments every now and then, and it's good to see you in a live stream. That's Chauncey Fatsack. Nice name. Everyone who does this to a mother is a gigantic piece of shite. Yeah, indeed. Disgusting. I'm going to try and skim through the comments. If I miss anything, let me know. Just shoot it at me again. Russians still winning, though. They are still winning. I've seen that they've pulled back from a few places. I'm not mistaken. We can go to the map real quick. A couple places to note. Looks like Kharkiv. There was a lot more of extension right here. And that's no longer showing up. Now, this is live map. This is some armchair general in Ukraine doing this stuff. But I do think that it is actually corroborated with the Russians saying that they're pulling back. They're most likely regrouping. What else did I see that was a little less than before? Cherniv. Oh no, this is solidified. This is mostly solidified. But I think at one point they did show that this was like almost connected, and it's not so much anymore. In Kiev, they used to have these fields. The Russians used to have these fields in Irpin. Irpin is I guess a suburb of Kiev, and they're now moved back towards this river, the Busha River, Busha, Busha River. Sorry for the Russians that can read a lot better than I can. That's what I'm talking about. That river there. Seems like they're. Yeah, or Bucha. I don't know. But they used to encircle right up to the Irpin River. This is the Irpin River here. And they are no longer pushed that far into Irpin. So I wonder what happened there. Stop paying any attention to Pool after he criticized Andy No. Yeah. Andy No, I don't know. Like, I followed him a lot for the BLM riots, but I didn't look much into him. So, but Pool is, he's shady. Let's put it. My favorite picture, hold on. My favorite picture for Tim Pool. Just 1 second. Tim Pool is definitely a person of interest in this chat. Hold on. I don't think he's a Jewish acid or something like that, but I still really love this picture. It's just so perfectly shooped. I love it. At Timcast. I have some good copy pasta as well. But if you've been on Chan, you've probably seen it before. It's like it was passed around a good bit. All right, I'll just put that there for the rest of the night. We'll do that. Okay. Let's see. I don't know about Carlson, but Hannity is definitely CIA. Dude, he was just wearing a CIA pin on one of his things when he was talking about the Russian boat exploding. If it did explode, I don't know if it did or it didn't. But yeah, he's wearing a CIA pin. like Like, screw off, dude. All these guys are CIA. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't think anybody goes to Switzerland for anything else other than programming. And someone just mentioned that Geneva is global homo capital. Yeah, that's where, like, NAMBLA or, like, groups like NAMBLA, that's where they headquarter. I don't think many know, this is Bob Young, I don't think many people know how to perform basic research. How do we teach others how to research without making them think we are crazy? If they're normies, if they're not even normies is not the right word. If they're demoralized, they're not going to want to do the research. They're not interested in research. They're not interested in information. They're interested in learning what everybody else thinks or what they think everybody else thinks, and then going along with the manufactured consent. How do we get people that want to do research? Is that you keep looking for ties. You keep trying to verify things with 2 to 3 sources at the very least. And even then, you can't trust it. And you want to have opposing sources in order to say that something's verified. Other than that, especially in times of war where everything is so convoluted by people intentionally trying to convolute things, it's hard to know what is real and what is true. So you can't just, your basic thing is just always be questioning. And that in and of itself is, that type of mindset is shunned by mainstream media, right? They're like, oh, you can't be a journalist. No, I'm not saying that I am. I'm just, they keep saying, you have to go for training to be a journalist. And sorry, that's not how it works. Look how all of these journalists turn out to be in the mainstream media. They all, like I was saying in that video that I just made or whatever, all of them are sitting in either Lviv, which is like far western Ukraine, or they're in Poland. They're nowhere near the front lines, and they're just getting their information from Ukrainian officials in Kiev that want them to say certain things, and they just repeat it, and they take it at face value. They don't question anything. They just say, okay, Slava Ukraini. Or they get it from like their think tanks in Washington. And that's how they do their research. It's like, what are the experts saying? Well, sorry, the experts are paused. And that is something that is hard for people to break into that recognition. It's a good question, Bob Young. Welcome to the channel. Have yourself a wrench so you can pass on links. Houthis and Saudi Arabia agreed to halt, or Houthis, sorry, and Saudi Arabia agreed to halt hostilities for the Ramadan month. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. You came to the wrong neighborhood, Global Homo. None of them ever mentioned Fort Detrick. Yeah, Maryland. Maryland is that is a nice hub of Jesuitical action. Certainly something to look into. I don't think it's the be-all and end-all, but I think that definitely a certain part is played. They have been doing biological warfare there since, if I'm not mistaken, the 50s. It has its part to play. Fort Detrick was also a big thing when it comes to the HIV virus, if that is indeed what causes AIDS, which the jury is, if I'm not mistaken, still out on that. I could be wrong on that. Don't ban me for medical misinformation. But I've heard the Kerry Mullis talks, okay? I've heard the Kerry Mullis talks, the guy who created the PCR, and he was not convinced. He was not convinced that HIV causes AIDS. But the HIV virus was at least, or viruses like that, was studied in Fort Detrick, and that was like one of the first biowarfare labs, or I think biowarfare is actually the right thing to say in the case of Fort Detrick, but one of the high threat places or whatever. That's it. That's definitely a place to look into indeed. Definitely. Fort Detrick, Maryland. Let's see what else we got. Avidan, haven't looked up earthquakes so much lately. Been focused on my research with COVID as usual, and now on Ukraine lately. We should catch up someday and share thoughts on nowadays situation. You got my email? You should have, take my email. You can send me any info you guys have. You don't want to put it on screen or whatever. Tie your name to it. You can always reach me there. We are going to get into Patrick Lancaster in one moment. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll get into Patrick Lancaster stuff. He's got some great material, stick around for that. Just real quick, is Putin WEF? It certainly seems like it. It certainly seems like he was real cushy with Mr. Klaus Schwab. You will eat the bugs. You will live in the pod. You will own nothing. You will be happy. They know each other. They've known each other for quite a long time. Klaus even went so far as to state that he was part of the young global leaders, speaking of Putin. Now, I don't know how that really makes sense. He's a little bit too old for that. And I'm pretty sure he was in a major part of politics well before the young global leader thing started up. However, I mean, he mentions it. And it's not just a one-way thing where, like, he could be framing Putin. Putin has also done interviews with him, and it looks like they're quite buddy-buddy. So I'm not necessarily convinced that he is anti-WEF or Global Homo. Let's put it that way. Just a couple more. How is Gonzalo Lira doing? I don't know. I hope to see him soon. It's been 2 days. I know Kharkiv is taking considerable damage. I've been hearing about bombings that have increased there. I don't know if I got any information on that. On this, there's not too much. There was a bomb that went down, explosion heard in Kharkiv. That was an hour ago when I put this up. Let me refresh, see if there's anything else. So about 2 hours ago, or no, 3 hours ago, there was a missile alert there, and he hasn't posted anything in 2 days, which is kind of weird of him. I did hear him, last time I heard him was on the Duran's Monday report. He made a quick visit in there, and he seemed pretty frazzled, to be honest. So let's hope all is well with him. And hopefully he'll be posting something soon, because his content is second to none, to be honest, in my opinion. Oy vey! Oy gewalt. Have I heard of Gonzalo Lira? Yeah, we were just talking about him there. He's in Ukraine, has interesting analysis of the war so far. Thank you, actually. You know, I don't have his Telegram because I'm not on Telegram, but I should definitely take it. Appreciate it, Kilo Sierra Alpha. Yeah, he's great. Actually, his other channel, CRP, he shared one of the videos that I did for the CIA one. That's how a lot of people actually found this channel. Okay. U.S. military athletes for the games were stationed by Fort Detrick before the games. Yep. It's, definitely important stuff. I definitely don't dismiss it as a strong component. I have seen people try to pin it, though, as only Fort Detrick and only USA. And I think that could be propaganda on China's front, that they want to distance themselves from any involvement. But the fact of the matter remains is that you have the CIA and USA giving money to EcoHealth Alliance working at Wuhan Institute of Virology for studying back coronaviruses. And it seems to line up very well. Now, that doesn't mean that Fort Detrick doesn't have a part to play, but I think there's more to it than just Fort Detrick. But keep that info coming, man. Keep that info coming, because Fort Detrick is definitely pivotal in this stuff. I get the feeling that Lyra is realizing that being in the shit is not the shit. Yeah. Yeah, he's coming to these conclusions pretty quick. He is indeed. Oh, okay, so I'm just going to take a quick break. I haven't played this song in a long time, and the new people to this channel, I think they're going to dig this. Hold on. Newtube.app. All right, you got to hear this. This is one of my favorite songs. This is called All Hail Billy Gates by Max Random 420 Punk, and I'll be back in 4 minutes, and we're going to get into Patrick Lancaster with some great footage. Well, harrowing footage, I should say. Yeah, you're going to love it. I'll see you soon.
He has the empathy of a lizard in his sweater and glasses. He didn't need medical training, he skipped all those classes, but he has all our answers, and we know this how, because his bank account makes politicians go wow. He's the smartest man in the whole wide world. He pays every media outlet to keep telling you that so. In his Mr. Rogers outfits, he's gonna set us straight that climate change is caused by breathing of the human race. Well, thank God. Or you can call him Billy Gates. Every species is glad it's humans breathing Bill hates. Animals are glad Bill wants them around, 'cause if Bill wants you dead, well, you're going down. He studied Stalin and Mao's starvation scheme, even Eichmann's gas chambers. The world said that's too mean. So Bill put technology on the eugenics scene. He said, we'll scare them all to death, kill them with my vaccines. He signed on the Pope, aborted fetuses and all. Fauci waits for his orders whenever Billy calls. His paid TV interviews say Billy's not evil or bad, but don't offer him a pie or he gets real mad. God damned him. God damned him. And all hail Billy Gates. You better tell him, Billy, those 6s on your head look fucking great. He knows what's best for you and me, and our deaths will drive up our country's GDP. He's walking billions into the apocalypse with his Mr. Rogers act and his girly hips. The mark of the beast to let you travel in style, while Bill and Melinda count the dead with really big smiles. So here's how to work. You'll take a fake PCR test. Of course it says you're infected. That's all you need to be lethally injected. Your smartphone's tracing app gives up your family and friends, and AT&T will help, they know where you've been. Say you beat all that and you think you're home free. Bill's governors announce you're a threat to your country. They're building FEMA camps 'cause Billy likes to win. We're training all your neighbors to turn you in. God damn them. God damn them. And all hail Billy Gates. You better tell him, Billy, those 6s on your head look fucking great. He knows what's best for you and me, and our deaths will drive up the country's GDP. He's walking billions into the apocalypse with this Mr. Rogers act and his girly hips. His Fauci puppet down at the CDC. He wants to make you wear a muzzle permanently. God damn them. God damn them. And all hail Billy Gates.
That was All Hail Billy Gates. Song is comprised of low-hanging fruit, a 2 out of 10. Aww. I listen to this so much. I listen to it religiously. I'm almost offended that you would say that. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. That is Max 420 Punk if you want to look into it, and newtube.app, which is not really, there's not much on it, but it's got some decent videos. If you want to find like stuff that's like you can barely like find anywhere else, like they don't really do much censorship at that place. All right, what do you guys got to say before we get into Lancaster? He posted this to Telegram today. He's alive. Great to hear. Very glad to hear that. Let's see. Our boy, Coach Red Pill. Nice. If Joe Biden was a car. Oh yeah, but one thing I will say is that Bill Gates is not the mastermind of all this. He's just another puppet. All right. Schwab said it. Putin is no more WEF. He was not welcome at last Davos Devils meeting. You can be controlled opposition. You can be controlled opposition. Vladimir Putin last participated in an event at a virtual Davos agenda meeting in January 2021. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty early, or that's pretty recent, right? And you can just say, hey, we need to blame somebody for this economic catastrophe, right? Let's make you the bad guy for a couple years, again, right? And, the payout will be great for you and your oligarchs in the long run. I mean, anyone owning Russian oil at this point, they're in the money. They're going to be in the money with India and China. They don't need us anymore. So, and then they have someone to blame. Each side has someone to blame. Russia can now blame the West for their economic fallouts of the poor, and the West can blame Russia. And then we never ask what happened. Well, hey, what about this horrific, if not intentional, botching of the economy for this COVID stuff, right? Yeah, I don't think that sells it for me, that he's not part of them. He may not be in their front groups, but that doesn't mean that he's not part of the grand scheme of things. Do I think that Ukraine was caught off guard with the Russian invasion? If they knew, wouldn't you think that they would tell citizens not to post videos of real-time military movements? I think to an extent they were. I think that there is enough that I've seen, including where the troops are, that they were looking to, quote-unquote, reintegrate or take Donbass back by force. And so they had positioned their troops all in that one place. There's also a decent amount of evidence that would tell me that they realized what the Russians were going to do, but they realized it too late. They already had all of their men in the area of where they were going to invade, and then they couldn't reposition themselves in time. So yeah, I think it did take people by surprise. I think it did. As for the citizens not posting videos, with all these NGOs, these Western NGOs who rely so heavily on networking and online networking to communicate in so many different ways that aren't military channels, I don't think that they could have gone without their phones and their internet and stuff like that. I think they needed that communication, and there was nothing that they could have done about it. Even the troops, because a lot of these troops, we remember in that CIA video that I was doing, they have the LGBT military wing, and that was funded by Soros. Like all of these guys, they wouldn't know their arse from their elbow if they didn't have the internet to help them, right? All of the, like, if you go through the BLM networks and stuff like that, they were all traced through their phones and things like that, and that's the only way that they can operate, is covertly through their private phones. And the only problem with that is that they don't realize that how badly that undermines operational security. I think it's that. Let's see. Red Pill Revolution. Are you talking about the channel? What about him, Twitwit? Or could you clarify? Let me know. Grew into what it became, not amid a bio attack. Sorry. What if it wasn't meant to be noticed, and it would have been a slow drag on their economy, just another flu, think SARS? Then when did they notice it knew into what it was to avoid admitting an attack? I can't quite understand what you mean by that. The flu itself, what if it wasn't meant to be noticed? No, I think it would have been meant to be noticed, because the insertions that were put on the virus, or maybe they magically grew themselves, whatever. it was meant to make it one of the most contagious diseases of all time, or contagious viruses of all time. It was meant to spread as fast as possible, and that overwhelms the system. I think you can't not notice it, if that's what you're trying to say there. Sorry, I couldn't quite understand. I'm just answering what I thought you were asking. Hey, Putin is just playing his role, a damn crisis actor like all the other so-called elites. Yeah, I think that could be it. That could be the case. But if it was a failed attack, there would only be one country to blame, U.S. Kind of. Like, U.S., the country, is different than the CIA and covert, whatever you want to call it. Like, some people mention the deep state. I know that there's a lot of stigma with that, but I think that deep state is at least apt, if not a little stigmatized, to say who is behind all this stuff. And it's not just America either. There's a lot of European influence with this. There's also the Chinese connection. Like, in like the 13 bloodlines or whatever, one of them is the House of Li, right? It's Chinese. The USA has been bleeding about Russia since 2012, when Romney named them our greatest threat in his presidential debate with Obama. Then Russiagate. Yeah, well, they've all wanted to cut down Russia. At that level, anyways. They've wanted to cut down Russia for a long time and keep them down and balkanize them and take what's left. Like, they want it to be the 90s again, right? The 90s was when you had all of this Eastern or Western influence going into Russia, and you have all these. That's where the oligarchs came from, is that these people took, when the Soviet Union broke down and the resources were for the taking, a lot of these oligarchs were invested by Western sources. Yes, I agree. I think China had some involved also. That's why we didn't go to war then. Yeah, I think it's in the case where it's just oligarchs against the peons of the world, right? I think this is, at the end of the day, a globalist thing. Like, there are factions, and on the levels underneath the powers that be, the true powers that be, there are a bunch of people that think this is a true war. And to an extent it is, right? But when all is said and done, this is all meant to weaken everybody's economies, and we all come together as one and just accept the overlords in a sort of neo-feudalistic, what's the term? Oligarchical collectivism. All right. Look what just surfaced. Says Kilo Sierra Alpha. We'll take a look. Zero Hedge. I don't have a lot of faith in Zero Hedge, but whatever. Rand report prescribed U.S. provocations against Russia and predicted Kremlin retaliation in Ukraine. Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, I mean, both sides have known that Ukraine was going to be a battleground. It was just a matter of when. According to a 2019 RAND report called Overextending and Unbalancing Russia, and that, yes, yeah, they were trying to get Russia to overextend. And this is why you see these sanctions and stuff coming in at the same time. The U.S. goal is to undermine Russia just as it did the Soviet Union in the Cold War, rather than trying to stay ahead or trying to improve the U.S. domestically or in international relations. The emphasis is on efforts and actions to undermine the designated adversary, Russia. RAND is a quasi-U.S. governmental think tank that receives 3/4 of its funding from the U.S. military. The report lists anti-Russia measures divided into the following areas: economic, geopolitical, ideological and informational, and military. They are assessed according to the perceived risks, benefits, and likelihood of success. Lots to this. Let's see. The report notes that Russia has deep-seated anxieties about Western interference and potential military attack. These anxieties are deemed to be a vulnerability to exploit. There is no mention of the cause of the Russian anxieties. They have been sorry, let me make this a little bigger. My poor eyes. They have been invaded multiple times and had 27 million deaths in World War II. Significance of Ukraine. Ukraine is important to Russia. The two countries share much common heritage and a long common border. One of the most important leaders of the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev, was Ukrainian. I didn't know that. During World War II, Ukraine was one of Hitler's invasion routes, and there was a small but active number of Ukrainian collaborators with Nazi Germany. The distance from the capital of Ukraine, Kiev, to Moscow is less than 500 miles. For these same reasons of geography and history, Ukraine is a major component of U.S. NATO effort to undermine Russia. Current Undersecretary for Political Affairs, Victoria Nuland, said that over 20 years, the U.S. invested $5 billion in the project to turn Ukraine. The culmination was a violent coup in February 2014. Since 2015, the U.S. has been training ultra-nationalist and neo-Nazi militias. This has been documented in articles such as U.S. House Admits Nazi Role in Ukraine by Robert Perry in 2015. The U.S. is arming and assisting neo-Nazis in Ukraine while the House debates prohibition. Max Blumenthal. You get the point. We've been through these before. Rand suggested provocations. Prior to 2018, the U.S. only provided defensive military weaponry to Ukraine. The Rand report assesses that providing lethal, which is offensive military, aid to Ukraine will have a high risk but also a high benefit. Accordingly, the U.S. lethal weaponry skyrocketed from near zero to $250 million in 2019, $303 million in 2020, and $350 million in 2021. Total military aid is much higher. A few weeks ago, The Hill reported the U.S. has contributed more than $1 billion to help Ukraine's military over the past year alone. Interesting. Yeah, it's a good article. I am going to save the rest for later. If there's anything specific after this you want me to read out, let me know. But this basically confirms what we've been talking about for a good bit here. That U.S. has been strategically undermining the influence of Russia in Ukraine and trying to pit Ukraine against Russia, rather than being the brothers that they once were even 30 years ago. Let's see. Bob Young is posting a link. Let's see what you got. Oh, dang it. I didn't mean to delete this. Hold on. Just a sec. Yeah, it's interesting. Abstract to read. Journal of Labor and Society, the far right, the Euromaidan and Maidan massacre in Ukraine. This study examines the role of the far right in the Euromaidan in Ukraine, primarily in the Maidan massacre. This is what happened in 2014 or 2013, 2014. This is what ousted Yanukovych from power, who was elected shortly before that point. The involvement of far right organizations in these crucial events in the Ukraine and world politics has been politicized and polarized in Ukraine, the West, and Russia. This study analyzes various data sources such as online live streams and TV broadcasts, videos, broadcasts of the Maidan massacre trials, the database of court decisions in Ukraine. The findings revealed that the radical nationalists and the neo-Nazi organizations had significant but minority representation among the Maidan leadership and protesters. However, the analysis shows that the far-right organizations and football ultras, a group of hooligans basically posed as football fans, played a key role in political violence, such as attempting to seize the presidential administration and the parliament. It reveals involvement of the Right Sector, which is a political group in Ukraine, Right Sector, in violent clashes with the Berkut Special Police Force during the highly publicized dispersal of Maidan protesters on November 30th of 2013. The Right Sector and Svoboda had crucial roles in the violent overthrow of the Yanukovych government, in particular in the Maidan massacre of the protesters and police. Very interesting. Svoboda Boys Army Ultras Group, yeah. Ah, it's up here. Okay. Yeah, definitely something to take a look at for sure. Oh, I'm getting a not smooth streaming alert. If you could do me a favor, just type a 1 in the chat just to make sure it's okay, and then we're going to get into the Patrick Lancaster stuff. Sorry, I didn't mean to push this so far without watching it. We're going to move on to... sorry if I missed your stuff there, guys. Oh, B-Son, one last thing. Sure. And then we're going to get into Patrick Lancaster stuff. Oh, the Pope. The Pope doing his crap. Hold on. Yeah, the old Pope. Pedo Pope is the whole consecration linked in 1917 prophecy. This was a couple weeks ago now for Russia and Ukraine. They got the Catholics all freaking out about this stuff. I think he has pulled back from this now. And has caused like a little infighting with the Catholics about this. Yeah, the Pope, you know, the Pope does his Pope things. As he pulls the strings from behind. Okay, we're good? Perfect. All right, let's get into Patrick Lancaster's stuff. If you haven't been following this guy, I mean, like, I think he's probably sourced by Russia. But that being said, he gives us great footage, much better than what we're getting from lazy mainstream Western media. Let's see, where is this? Yeah, this is the one.
We're down here in the basement.
Okay, again, this got some graphic stuff in it, so if you don't want to watch, it's not... yeah, there's a dead body, so it is what it is. But if you don't want to watch, I can read it out for you and stuff like that when they're talking, and I'll let you know when the dead body stops and you can watch again.
Of the school number 25 here in Mariupol, and we see that this basement was used as a base for Ukrainian forces, and we found a civilian woman with a swastika painted on her chest, in her stomach in blood, dead. And we see many Ukrainian uniforms, guns, most burnt, and rocket-propelled grenades. Just a horrible situation here. Это база?
Yes, it's Ukrainian forces base.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know. His helmet. I know. Yeah, I hear you.
There's a Ukrainian flag. Can you put the... Uh-huh.
Look how they did it. They left all their clothes here. He's just going to be speaking in Russian, so we'll let this go. Changed the uniform to civilian clothes and left the city with weapons dressed in civilian clothes. They've broken through everything here, all pouches. Everything is empty. They took away all weapons and ammunition. Something like that. They're dressed in civilian clothes. Somewhere here, a woman laid. But where is she? Something burned down. Something is left. Something like this. The warehouse burned down. Is this a weapon? There are remnants of weapons. Here are the handhelds and other kinds of anti-tank grenade launchers, machine guns, and whose base it was. Judging by the uniform found, it was the National Guard from Azov.
Get it?
Where are you? Come here. We are in the basement. Okay, all right. And this is where the body shows. So if you don't want to watch this stuff, now's the time. Something like that. Civilians, probably the ones who supported us. Obviously, she was stabbed, not by our guys. These are the fascist crosses. And here it is. Here's the lady there. You have just her stomach exposed, and you have a swastika on her stomach, done in blood.
Это Azov?
Ну это отходили они, я не знаю.
Was this done by Azov? I don't know by whom. They were retreating. Most probably it's a civilian. Is it a civilian? Well, yes, our guys would not leave such crosses. Swastika, that's for sure.
Забирать никому своих не всегда.
There's nobody to take her away from here. Sometimes we don't even manage to take our own bodies away. So this is what these sick people do.
Британки много формы.
We're down here in the basement of the school number 25 here in Mariupol, and we see that this basement was used as a base for Ukrainian forces, and we found a civilian woman with a swastika painted on her chest, in her stomach in blood, dead. And we see many Ukrainian uniforms, guns, most burnt, and rocket-propelled grenades. Just a horrible situation here.
По крайней мере, типа оставались флажочки, а шевроны подразделения.
Ага, понял.
Национальная гвардия.
Ага.
Украины.
Это мирное место, это гражданский дом, да?
Это школа.
Это школа?
Это школа.
Ага.
С нее они сделали укрепрайон.
Sorry. I don't know how long I've been muted. My bad. National Guard of Ukraine. So they occupied a civilian facility, a civilian house, right? It's a school. It's a school? Yes, it's a school. They made a fortified area out of it, firing points, and met us from here. Not personally us, but our fighters.
Огневые точки, и здесь встречали нас.
So another example here of how they take not just civilian houses or civilian buildings, but schools. And we got lots of pictures of that as well, where they're like in school gymnasiums, kindergartens. We've been going through that as well. We've seen this before. This is just another example of it. And they turned it into one of their forts.
Ну не конкретно нас, но встречали наших бойцов со школы. С домов.
Что это место?
Это 25-я школа города Мариуполя. Общеобразовательная школа. Ну, здесь
What is this place? It's a school in School 25 in Mariupol, a regular school. Judging by the identification marks, it was a base of the National Guard, presumably the fighters of the Azov Battalion. So when our guys... Okay, I think you guys can hear me now. Sorry about that. Should be good. Just double checking everything's systems go. Let me know if you can hear me. And we'll continue because I'm pretty sure we're good. So yeah, it says there are a lot of clothes of ridiculous size. For example, the shoes of the 38 size, it's a small size, so those are female shoes. This means that many women also took part in the fighting.
Размер это женские вещи. То есть тут и женщин много принимало участие в этих боевых действиях. На стороне украинской армии.
On the side of the Ukrainian army. He's just saying his name.
Белка позывной.
Ага. Какой войска?
Я
Динарский. Ага. And here we see all these burnt out weapons, and this whole area is part of the base, just burnt to the ground. In the basement of the school, they used it as a base. And we can see the Ukrainian flag here. This is just unbelievable. It's the carnage. And a base in the basement of a school. Еще флага, да?
Да. Ну, вон достаточно флагов.
Ага. Okay.
В огняному кольце, про аэропорт, на щите, то есть мотивирующая литература.
There's a uniform.
Motivational literature. Just a sec. I have a kitty messing with the door. So yeah, the motivational literature. Lots of propaganda you'll find there. Let's see if I can get a better look at that. Oh, okay. They don't have a picture of it.
There's a uniform. Oh, bullets.
Ну, противотанкисты какие-то, да, были. Так, по шеврончикам. Ну, то есть, это БК ихняя пооставалась.
There's some anti-tankers here, judging by the chevrons. This is what they have left, what they didn't take. There are no undamaged weapons. All the weapons they took out with them. By the way, for those that could not watch gross stuff, I'm pretty sure the gross stuff is done with, but this is still really interesting, so you can keep watching if you didn't want to see it before. You should be all right now. So you have bullets there, in with like some kid stuff. Sick.
Оружие целое, вынесли отсюда все, только... А вот сняли. Лишь поснимали, называли.
Какое это?
Национальная гвардия Украины.
Это, да?
Вот это, да, национальная гвардия.
That symbol, man. That symbol. Like you have the cross. And it's almost like a sunburst there, but on the top, it reminds me of like the burning heart. Hold on. Catholic burning heart of Jesus. This is what it reminds me of. See what I mean? Oh.
Какое это?
Национальная гвардия Украины.
Это, да?
Вот это, да, Национальная гвардия. На нем написано. Национальная гвардия Украины.
Yeah, see? That's what I'm talking about. How it's like the flames coming out of there. It looks very much, in my opinion.
И это?
А это просто видел с пошуку танков. Ну, скорее всего, противотанкисты были. Это, ну, герб.
Это женщина, который...
Кухня полевая, КП-25, да, КП-130 тоже их не оставленная.
Ага.
Ну, потравимся, не берем. На свое есть.
Это синий.
Синяя это ихняя машина была, да.
Не открывали?
Не открывали уже.
Вещи там.
Да вы, пацаны, дождя брали, сидит, дождь пойдет.
Можно вопрос? Ви мобилизация или ви билдога?
Мобилизация.
Мобилизация, да?
Ну, я только рассчитался 3 месяца назад, и меня мобилизировали. Я 7 лет прослужил уже, заработал пенсию, и Родина сказала, что нуждается во мне, и я как бы как офицер.
Ага. И ви,
Сразу же пришел в строй.
ви откуда, в принципе?
Я с Донецка.
What a school it is. Ah, sorry about the audio. No big deal. I mean, you can read it.
Ну вот она сгоревшая была.
Ну, внизу, да. А вверху там нет такого?
And here we can see what the top part of the school looks like. We're moving forward.
Yeah, I was just reading out what was there. Sorry about that, guys. I have a mute button on my microphone, and I accidentally had it on. My bad. There wasn't anything else onto that. What else do we have here? Mariupol Human Shields. Man, he's dropped a lot of stuff recently. This is like must watch. Okay. I'll be more noticeable or noticing of my mute button and stuff. Sorry about that, guys. Azov Stasi, same setup, same crimes, same logo. Stasi. Let's take a look. Oh yeah. Yeah. And you know, like the Croatians, the involvement of Roman Catholicism. Yeah, it even says it here. The ideology of the movement was a blend of fascism, Roman Catholicism, and Croatian nationalism. The Ustashi supported the creation of a greater Croatia that would span the Drina River and extend the border of Belgrade, or to the border of Belgrade. Yeah. I haven't looked enough into it, but I do know like the Croat movement was very influenced by Roman Catholicism. And it does look like it too, yeah. It does indeed. And I think that's where those flames on top come from. I think it's made to look like the burning heart. Yeah, good point. Thank you very much for posting that. It's like collecting National Socialist flashcards. Oh, gosh. All right, let's get into the next one.
We made it to an apartment block here in Mariupol, and it's a very hard situation. The people are living hell here.
Зеленского, остановите это, остановите, ради детей.
She's not happy. I'll read this stuff out. Stop Zelensky, stop it. Stop it for the children, for mothers, for the old people. Stop it all.
Матерей, стариков, остановите это все.
Кто отсюда стреляет?
Вот тут
Who
стояли
shoots from here?
украинские.
Here used to stand Ukrainian tanks right under the house. It will shoot, and it will probably see the tank and start shooting at the house. There is artillery over there. There, did you see that?
И шпарят по дому. Вон, вы видели? Вы видели, что на 9-м они выскакивали с ребенком тоже, выскакивали пенсионера, дедушку.
Hold on, I got a cat messing with me. Just a second. Get in here. No, don't take my spot. Come here. Okay, on the 9th floor, they jumped out with a child and an old pensioner. Was pulled out from the 9th floor, and while there were still people there, they pulled him out on a stretcher. We have a medical girl here. Do you see that everything is falling? Everything is falling because of the wind. We'll just, you know what we'll do is just skip. The medical girl worked in hospitals too. So the third house was on fire, and she says she went and stole a wheelchair to transfer the woman who was there on the first floor on fire. The guys went, put her in a wheelchair, and brought her here to the third floor. She's lying here. She doesn't walk. She was brought here. Here it is. Okay. The girl said that Russian guys helped her to steal a wheelchair. To steal. Do you understand? I became a thief at the age of 70. I have worked as a trolley bus driver for 40 years. Everyone knows me here. This whole city knows me. I worked on all routes. Everyone who meets me addresses me as Petrovka, Ira, Grandma Ira. Everyone knows me. She's 70. I mean, I'm not saying she's good looking, but looks great for 70. And you see, I've always calmed people down. That's what it means to work as a driver for 40 years. And now I can't do anything. I've worked on all the routes around the city. It's a small city here, you know. And now I've become a homeless person. I've worked for 40 years, and Ukraine gave me a pension of 1,500 hryvnias. Oh, sorry. Our smart people went to Russia and they received 15,000, so 10 times more if you count on or counted on our money. And I didn't go anywhere, and I got a Ukrainian pension of 1,500. Fuck, I might as well say from these effing. Can I say that? I think, can you say it? I'm just reading it, okay? YouTube, leave me alone. From these fucking faggots. Dare I say based? Can you tell me, so he's asking her now, can you tell me where did the Ukrainians shoot from? Come here. Here, you can see the traces as they drove here. Were that Ukrainians? Yes, Ukrainians. Look, they used to stand here. Can you see the destruction that they did? They used to stand on this yard here. Look what they have done. Look. Look, they used to stand here between these buildings. They used to drive around here. Over there on the first floor, a shell landed and killed a guy. He is still lying there dead. Now, yes, on the first floor, a dead guy is still lying there. They will catch them. Do you know what Azov is? Yes. Was it them? Yes. Ukrainian tanks were here. We have heard that Azov were at the roof of a building. Is that true? They were on the roof of a neighboring house. They didn't come up to us. The commander came looking for them. He said there are 3 of our people here. They came to us, spent the night and left. Spent the night and left. So hiding out within the residence. Lovely. Can you see all this? We had such a beautiful alley here. The kindergarten was just renovated for children. It was done for 2 years. Look, everything has been destroyed. All of it. For what? For whom?
Восстанавливать это кто все будет? Никто.
Who will restore all this? I don't know. Well, you see, how far are the Ukrainians now? We don't see Ukrainians, only these guys. Guys, come on, I'll show you where.
Пошли, я покажу где.
I'll show them, let them go. They will pass there. I am telling you, there are some guys standing under the entrance eating porridge. You cross the road, and there are others sitting eating porridge. Sorry, I missed what he said there. Sorry. That's the whole war. There's a 9-story building. See it standing there, straight. There is a park there. There is a memorial sign, an airplane. Then the intersection, the former Lenin-Zelensky Street. On this side is the DPR. On the other side is Ukraine. Through, like from here to that house. Ones eat here, the others eat there. Bang, bang, bang as they shot. Oh, my goodness. Why did that show for so little? Silence again. Bang, bang, bang. They shot, well, they shot hard, and again silence. And no one goes anywhere, neither there nor back. And how far are they? You talking about killing people or what?
Бах-бах-бах, постреляли. Ну, жестко постреляли. Опять тишина. И никто никуда не идет, никуда нет. И как делать? Ну, я тебе говорю, если вот тут...
One sec. Okay. Well, I'm telling you, if where I'm standing now, our DPR guy standing, then where that building is, that 9-story building is a Ukrainian standing. These guys are standing by the entrance from this side, as well as those guys are on the other side standing by the entrance. Here I was going after my wife and picking her up from the center. How far are we now from the front line? I say it's not clear. Some sit in one house, others sit in another house. Where is the front line? Here it's quiet now. You can freely go to the park if you go straight through. They say they shoot in the center. Okay, let's see if we can get to a little more juicy parts. 1 second. Talking about you let them know so you don't shoot at them. Okay, let's see what this lady has to say here. Can you tell me a couple of words? What is the situation now? Very tense because nothing is clear. It's scary. We've been staying in the basement with my children for almost a month. You could see our house, number 15 near the road. It's burnt. The flat is okay, but it's impossible to live in that house. Let's see. Hold on. There's other parts I want to get to, actually. I'm pretty sure that was the rest of that. That was really the intense part. He just came out with another one, Hell on Earth, a few hours ago. I haven't gotten a chance to go through the whole thing of that one. It's okay, buddy. Calm down. Hold on. So this is one where artillery strikes hit center of Donetsk.
Have opened fire on the civilian population here in Donetsk. We could see this whole apartment building. Many of the windows have been knocked out by shrapnel. The impact happened, one of the impacts happened right over here. We see this. And this is a civilian area. We don't see any evidence of this being a base for military, anything like this. This is another clear example of Ukrainian forces targeting civilians. This is a fact. We're here, we're going to see how the JCCC investigates this situation and bring you all of our investigation as well and talk to the residents who live it.
Здравствуйте. Можно сказать stop razor slow?
Hello, hello. Can you tell me about what has happened? A shell hit somewhere from that side. In that direction is only Andriivka, Pesky, the area where the Ukrainian forces are located. It is at that side. So they're saying it came from the Ukrainian side. Pesky and Andriivka. Hold on, I'll turn this down just a little bit more. Why do you think they shoot or why the Ukrainians are shooting here? Could this be a military facility? No, they shoot the civilians all the time now. Really? It's not that there are no military facilities here. We don't even see the military personnel here in military uniform. Hold on. My bad. Oh, Kalis. Judging by... hold on. Sorry, guys. Why do you think they're shooting the civilians, he says? Because they take revenge. I think they take revenge. Donbass is being avenged. It is a revenge. They don't like us here. It can be seen in everything. Judging by the messages, by the speeches, absolutely everything. They just don't like us. We are fine, but you do bad to us. Ukraine says that it needs the territory, but they don't need the people. So they do that to get rid of people and let the territory even be all scorched. They just hate us here, that's all. They say why you came and disturbed our peace. When they came to us and disturbed our peace, no one asked, but we lived well before that. Everything was great here. Why have they ruined our lives? You just asking the names there?
Фамилия? Какой адрес?
Said, I had a paralyzed mother in this bedroom. We moved her to the hall. She's 90 years old this year. Just imagine if something happened. But we managed to move her in time. And he said, sorry, good luck.
Извините. Счастливо. We're at the location where one of the shells came down, and the Donetsk People's Republic representatives of the JCCC are here investigating the situation. They have just triangulated the shell here, and from what appears to be their triangulation, it came from that direction. Now we're going to talk to the people here and see what the residents have to say and see what else the investigation finds. But this is another attack on the civilian population here in Donetsk by Ukraine forces. We can see here there's no military, well, there's no evident military presence here. This is a civilian apartment building, and a civilian yard.
Нет, просто предположительно. Предположительно артиллерия, больше ничего вам сказать не могу.
Может сказать, какое направление?
Посмотрите по палке, какое направление будет.
Ага, понял.
So this is, we're probably about 15, 20 minutes into the footage here. It's basically just showing like the rest of the explosions and things like that and other testimonies and stuff. If you want to get more into that, I will get you the link for Patrick Lancaster and you can check it out for yourself. They're just showing like how they also are able to triangulate the positions of where they're shooting from. But if you haven't checked out Patrick Lancaster yet, this is definitely the channel to go check out. That's the link there. I wanted to move on to some other stuff. I just want to check the chat to make sure I'm not missing anything. Sorry about the audio earlier there, guys. Appreciate that. Yeah, I messed up. My bad. This is the problem. I should have a second screen so I can see what's going on. I just don't have the setup for it at the moment. Lily, my goodness. It's been a while since you've been here. Good to see you again. My daughters are half Ukrainian. Their grandmother told me it's so corrupt there. Oh, yeah. This is like one of the most corrupt nations on earth at this point. It's Biden land, the piggy bank for many a Biden and those others as well. It's not just, I'm not trying to point out one party because there's many of them involved. and from many countries. Ustashi is also an Arabic word meaning something like preacher or imam. Which is interesting because weren't the Croats like super against? The age-old wounded civilian truck wound. One to flush out more into the kill zone, bait, and shoot. Yeah. How's everything been, Lily? All right, so what is the next thing I had on the list here? Oh yeah, I gotta find this close the sky for you. Oh, this guy's actually pretty decent too. He is more or less unbiased. I'll just we're not gonna watch his stuff, but he goes through some of the fake footage, or not the fake footage. Sorry, he goes through some of the footage of the prisoners of war. That's another channel to look into as well. All right, the next thing that I want to find, and it's just going to take me a second to find it once I get there. Hold on. I think it was in this one here. Okay, so this is the gray zone. I haven't done enough to check out these guys. They seem to be all right. Max Blumenthal is in with these guys, I think, and he's done good work exposing the NGOs. But that's not. I don't want to go through all this today. I want to take a look at one thing in particular. Yeah, this right here. Okay, so if you want to check these guys out, I probably recommend subscribing because this was a really good podcast, to be honest. I went through the full thing. This is another channel for you guys to subscribe to.
Phrase that has come to replace the yesterday in Ukrainian who have been here for viewers.
Okay, yeah. All right. So just quick cap on what this is some NGO is trying to push for the no-fly zone, and they do this video at what seems to be a DC rally or something like that. Yeah, it was in DC for a no-fly zone, and so they talk about closing the sky, and the propaganda is this. It's creepy as all heck. So let's see if I can actually full screen this. Make sure I got it on cam. Hold on. Because I know with the full screen it's a bit picky. Okay, this should do.
That was broadcast during that demonstration.
If you don't glow the sky, I will die. If you don't glow the sky, Mom will cry.
Will die, Mom will cry if you don't close the sky. And the way that they were talking about this close the sky thing, it's a way so that you don't say no fly zone. It's a euphemism, as in they make it sound softer and nicer by saying just close the sky. Everything's going to be fine if you close the sky, but if you don't, we'll die, Mom will cry. So just continuing on, it gets worse.
If you don't glow the sky, he'll lose home. If you don't glow the sky, they'll be doomed. If you don't glow the sky will still fight. If you don't glow the sky, we'll fail the night. If you don't glow the sky, he might win. No.
He might win? Oh, it's so kindergartenish. I mean, it's not just that lullaby music either.
Look in his eyes and sink again.
Kids are AFFRAID. To sleep under the sky. So you have to close the sky, guys. Stand with Ukraine. Hold on, sorry. Frontline of freedom and democracy. This happened a few days ago, maybe a week ago at this point. But yeah, that's the scummiest piece of propaganda I've ever seen. I think it like plays at like a very kiddish nature of ourselves and just simplifies everything to the point of exhaustion. And they do a good job covering this. But that was one thing that was just, my gosh, it was so yeah, war became a lullaby. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's just tugging on heartstrings to the max. Anyways, I wanted to just quickly look in Frontline of Freedom and Democracy. I was looking at this earlier. Frontline of Freedom and Democracy. Ukraine. United Help Ukraine. Just a sec. Okay. So there's U.S. Ukrainian activists, Razom, and Renewed Democracy Initiative. And these are the people that are behind this. And they just did one as well on Sunday. I think that was from a few days earlier, that one that we just saw. But there was another one that they were posting for as well. And you have Bill Kristol, who I'm pretty sure he was behind Iraq. Hold on, I have a kitty here that's being a pain in the butt. Kitty. Kitty. Get out of the keyboard way. Little bro. All right. Maryland Deputy Secretary of State and Maryland State Delegate Carol Resnick and Luis Barunda. Maryland being the old Jesuit state. But I wanted to go through a couple of these, to be honest. USA. Go away. Stand with Ukraine. Not much to see on that one. Hold on. Razom. Now, they don't have their partners and stuff like this in this, but it is a 501c3, just like all the other Globo Homo orgs that we see. And who's behind that? Our team. Dora Chomiak. Guess where she's from, guys? Been active in the Ukrainian American community in the United States since the 1980s. Dora has been traveling to Ukraine for 25 years and worked for the independent Soros Foundation in Kiev from 91 to 92, when she co-founded a media incubator that launched non-governmental news organizations in newly independent Ukraine. She then led a $7 million grant from USAID. Sorry if that was too loud. USAID, CIA's little sister, is its nickname. Until 1994 with Internews. So if you don't close the sky, George Soros gonna eat your children. Yeah. So that's this is basically all you need to see there. She is the president of Razom. Let's see what else we could find real quick. Oh, another one from Wharton School, just like Trump and Steve Jobs' wife, the one that owns the Atlantic. Imagine my shock that she would be out of Wharton from the University of Pennsylvania. By the way, Epstein had huge contributions to U of P. Who else do we got? Penn State University. Any other nuggets we could find real quick? Worked on gender policy and peacekeeping in the UN through various NGOs. Globo Homo. Maria started her professional career. This one here, Maria Genkin, started her professional career at Goldman Sachs. She was in Cornell University, another big hub for MK Ultra back in the day. Anything else we got going on here? I think that's enough on these guys. We can move on to some others. But it's just interesting. Every time that you look up the About Us section from these NGOs, they all seem to have ties to the exact same people, to the exact same organizations and funding from the exact same State Departments and all that, Defense Department and all that kind of stuff. Then we'll go over to renewing democracy for all, for the community. Let's go to the About Us here. Our team. And you'll notice the more that you go through these About Us sections of these NGOs, it's like all done by the same website creators. They all have the exact same feel, right? Anyways, look who the chairman is. Garry Kasparov. He's if you've played chess, you probably know his name. And he was the one with the famous matches against the supercomputer Deep Blue in 96, 97. This is when I was playing chess a lot as a kid. So that's how I knew this guy. He's from Azerbaijan. I didn't know that, actually. I don't know too much on him. I didn't look too much further on it, but I did find that really interesting that he had that up. Let's see what else we can find since we're here, because I didn't do enough research on this, but we can do a little deep dive together. Let's see. Oh, imagine we see the same thing. University of Pennsylvania. Currently a doctoral student at the Johns Hopkins School, another one that pops up all the time, of Advanced International Studies, military fellow at the Lawfare Institute, and visiting fellow at the University of Pennsylvania's Perry World House. What else do we got? World champion poker player. Awesome. They got all the stars. Some literally who from poker and Garry Kasparov. Bob Kerrey, Nebraska's 35th governor. That's right. The home of the Franklin cover-up. Good old Nebraska. I'm starting to see them really pop up a good bit. Columbia Law School. Linda Chavez. Ooh, this is certainly bloated. Let's see what she has here. Another senator from Maryland. Oh, isn't that lovely? She was elected by the United Nations Human Rights Commission. Oh, you know those guys that diddled kids in Africa? To serve a 4-year term as U.S. expert. You mean, we replaced the word expert here with grantor. So, U.S. grantor to the UN Subcommission on the Prevention of Discrimination and the Protection of Minorities. Protection of Communities. Sorry, I'll give that up. What else do we got? University of Colorado. George Mason University. I do see that every now and then pop up, but I don't know how paused they are. Albuquerque, New Mexico, though. That could be nothing. She was just born there. But New Mexico has its ties as well to Epstein. Wall Street Journal. Co-op. He's an op-ed editor at the Washington Post. Oh, great. Max Boot. See where else? Oh, senior fellow in the National Security Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations and a global affairs analyst for CNN, a columnist for the Washington Post. If they don't close the skies, we're going to write a bunch of articles. Brown's University, Republican National Committee, probably another International Republican Institute stooge. House Subcommittee on Foreign Operations, Vice President of the Aspen Institute. Oh, snap. They got all the stars. All the stars are out for these guys. And then the advisory board, we can't leave this place without reading. Ann Applebaum. You got any brackets, folks? Type the brackets in chat. And, Keith. Leave my bottles alone, brah. Ann Applebaum is a staff writer for The Atlantic, another one. and a Pulitzer Prize winning historian. Okay. She is also a senior fellow at the Johns Hopkins School for Advanced International Studies. So that's two of them. There's two of them here, where she co-directs ARENA, a program on disinformation and 21st century propaganda. Oh, lovely. This just gets better and better. William Bill Crystal. This is the guy. This is the guy. Political analyst and media commentator, regular panelist on ABC and MSNBC, Crystal served as chief of staff for Vice President Dan Quayle and led the project for the Republican Future, where he helped shape the strategy that produced the 94 Republican congressional victory. In 1997, he co-founded the Project for a New American Century. Oh, snap. With Robert Kagan. Robert Kagan, if I'm not mistaken, is that not Newland's husband? Victoria Newland's husband. And he's the founder and director of Defending Democracy Together. Oh, Republican Defending Democracy. Imagine my shock. Who else do we got? New York Times, journalist, editor, and political commentator. Pulitzer Prize. Lots of Pulitzers here. What else? And this one's boring compared to the rest of them. On to the next. Harvard Business School, I suppose. That's notable. Another one from the University of Pennsylvania, specifically Wharton School of Business Management program. I think also Elon Musk went to there as well. Colgate University. Oh. Okay. Eric Wolf served as an investigations officer in the National Unit for Serious and International Crimes Investigations with the Israeli police, where he conducted several international investigations on crime, including homicide, fraud, and kidnapping. He later worked as the head of the ambassador's office at the Embassy of Israel in Moscow. He is a founder of Paragon Outcomes Management, a New York private equity fund. Oh, imagine my shock. Oi, Gewalt. He earned a BA from Jerusalem Hebrew University, an MA from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University. I've seen this a decent bit as well, to be honest, and Columbia as well. But Fletcher School, I've seen that a couple times now when I'm doing the research in these areas. Oh, looks like they have their token. I don't know. Maybe he's black. I don't know. I don't think he's fully black though. But this we got our token here, guys. Yeah. Official token. No offense to any black people that are watching, but yeah, they got one. Anyways, they have one. Foreign Policy Magazine. Okay. National. He is a fellow at the National Endowment for Democracy, another CIA front, a former fellow at Stanford University Center for Democracy Development and the Rule of Law, and Yale University World Fellow. Named as the 2016 African of the Year by Daily Maverick newspaper of South Africa, and one of 100 top global thinkers. Oh, okay, top global thinkers of 2016 by Foreign Policy Magazine of the USA, Mawariri, I don't know, continues to work as an advocate, speaker, and trainer on nonviolent citizen-driven change. Oh, yeah, like color revolutions, right? Okay. Democracy, development, and human rights. Then we have this interesting name, Karl Theodor zu Guttenberg, German Minister of Economics and Technology, and then as Minister of Defense in the Cabinet of Chancellor. So remember what this was fighting for the peace and democracy of Ukraine, and he was the Minister of Defense for Angela Merkel, member of the German Parliament, member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and a Secretary General of Germany's CSU party. This just gets more and more interesting. What a group we got going on here, folks. Oh, This name, he can't ever. Before I go, look, we have. Oh, this is the youth team, I guess, the staff team. Look at them all. Oh, we got a real group of winners here. The cucked lineup, if I ever saw one. Oh boy, oh boy. This chick looks like. Do you guys ever see? It's I don't recommend, if you're Christian. I don't recommend watching it. I don't watch it anymore. But as soon as I saw her, you know what it reminds me of? The McPoyles sister. Hold on a second. Sunny, is it McPoyles? Is that the name? Sister. Is that the last name of them? Yeah. Okay, yeah, her. That's what, when I first saw her, this is what I saw. Okay, getting back to it. She's obviously better looking, but honestly, I'm pretty sure that this actress is much better looking in real life than that character. But you have Uriel Epstein. Lots of these names around. Okay, I think that's enough for now on this deep dive. But as you can see, we got quite the global homo lineup from all sorts of things. We got Ministers of Defense. We got Washington Post. We got New York Times. A bunch of people from the same universities. We got a chess player. We got a literally who poker player. We got lots of Steens and Bergs and Baums and Witzes. Lots of stuff. Oh, I missed that guy. Oh, another one, yeah. Okay, well, no, we went through Wharton, University of Pennsylvania, the star-studded lineup here. What do you guys think? This is what we... Stop noticing things. CIA's uglier sister. Oh, Soros is a trustworthy name. Yes. Yes, that's worth putting in there. What is your opinion on Schwab saying that Putin is on WEF's young leaders? Yeah, we went through this a little bit earlier. But I don't want to take his word on anything, to be honest with you. But I think it's enough to say, you know, I bet you we're dealing with two sides of the same coin. I wouldn't be surprised. Camel Toe Face. That name, welcome. Have a wrench. Hey, bro, what is your opinion on Alex Jones? My opinion on Alex Jones is controlled opposition, likely Strat 4 opposition. Speaks a lot of truth in order to gain street cred. And with that truth comes a sizable portion of lies and radicalization. You can just tell his act is very, you know, he's going to have a heart attack someday by the way he acts, and he wants us all to go off the edge of reality. I think that's what his job is to do. Every now and then I still watch him from time to time. There's some decent stuff on it. Sometimes. But you got to realize the poison that comes through the back end. I support the current things, yes. War is profitable. Ferengi rules of opposition. I love Deep Space Nine, actually. I'm a big fan of Deep Space Nine, and especially Quark and the rules. I do love the old space little hats, the Ferengis. I think they do a good job at kind of giving the understanding of what it's like. They're not as evil as people might think. It's just that they, like, if you go through those Ferengi episodes, right, of Deep Space Nine, you start realizing the theme is very much like how your average little hat is. You know, like, some of them are planners, yes, but a lot of them, they are just doing day-to-day trading and activities and stuff, and they're not thinking of the further down the road, right? They're so focused on making the profit for the day that they don't realize what they might be doing to themselves and to their people, I guess, you know. It's an interesting thing to look at if you ever go through those episodes. And they are the best episodes of Star Trek. I don't care what you say, except for the one where, what's his name, Korostes. That one was a swing and a miss, but the rest of them I enjoyed. This is the who's who of the neocon cabal. And dude, every single time you go into these NGOs, this is what you get. Like I only went through a couple of these, but I knew that I could go through this and it'd still be decent for a live stream, because every single time that I look through these guys, it is the who's who of the neocon cabal. Just like you said. Great comment. Diversity hire. Well, actually, I don't know if he was a diversity hire. He seemed quite qualified, to be honest. But he certainly is the token. Look at these guys. And this is out of DC, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? Like, isn't DC like 70% black? Right? This is all you got. You have this guy. And Marariri. That's it. And he's from NED. Like literal glowy NED. Yeah. Let's see what else you got here, folks. Token was classic South Park. Yes. Token is, I love Token. Token is one of my favorite. Wendy, you're a bitch. A Token right here, dude, as he flips him off. It's great. Good to see you, Leading North. Good to see you. Skinny jeans and K-pop politics. Yes. Yeah. The board of distractors. Gary Kasparov is a fake name. Also has links to MI5. Really? That's worth a check. Gary Kasparov, MI5. It's worth a fact check. Fact check. It wouldn't surprise me. It's going to be hard to find, isn't it? Nothing popping up real quick, but again, seeing who he's with around these groups, it wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me indeed. Okay, just a couple more, guys. Just a couple more. Another Columbia University. Cybersecurity. Career in tech is power to fly. I've never heard of that before. The Global Women's Leadership Initiative. All right, we already went through that. That's the Goldman Sachs chick. But yeah, it's just every time you look through these guys, if you guys find any more NGOs that you want me to look into, send it to my email. I'll just post the email once more, and I'll be happy to get into it. Because we got to start digging. This is where the digging needs to be done. It's in with these guys, these NGOs, the ones that are pushing all these little heartfelt concerts. These are all the people that were behind this Stand With Ukraine thing that just gave us that, if you don't close the sky, right? These are the people. These are the people that are behind all of this crap. It reminds me of that. Let's see if I can find it. Alex Jones, Coney 2012. I've played this here a long time ago, but this is great. And while that happens, I just got to take a quick bio, and then we'll go through the chat, and we'll probably wrap up shortly. Well, not shortly, within the hour, and which usually means 2 hours. But you got to watch this, and I'll be right back, guys.
Like, yes, yes. Anyways. Doing. All right, let's, again, if you can't see the video as a radio listener, it doesn't have the same effect. Go ahead and roll it. Oh, listen.
Okay, we're rolling. Ladies and gentlemen and babies of 2012, I don't know if you've heard, but this is the year this war has to come to an end. You're watching this because you've heard of Coney, and you're wondering what you can do to help finally bring this war to an end.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
To book 1,500 screenings. 1,500. That's how many.
Be sure and do the rest.
Days, we need you.
Oh, look at him!
Hearing my voice. Book a screening. The entire year of 2012 is going to be about
now watch right here.
Making sure people
he starts hopping around.
His infamy, know that he is the world's worst. Adolf Hitler, Osama bin Laden, Joseph Kony. If we can start with the worst, then we have been working around the clock to bring you a movie. It's a short
my
movie.
gosh,
Your place of worship, in your classroom, at your work,
the classroom,
7-Eleven,
7-Eleven,
on the moon. 619-562.
Here he does. He does the hopping dance.
619-562-2759.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is for adults. This is Sesame Street.
And they go, hello, and you're like, hello, how are you? Oh, I'm good. How's your day at school?
Oh.
It's not like they work for AT&T or something.
That's an ad product placement.
Let's come meet some of them. So what would motivate you to actually pick up the phone and book a screening?
So easy to talk to us.
Oh my gosh.
On the other end
Oh, it's so easy. We're going to launch a huge war. Oh my gosh, African white carnage. Hello.
Is so amazing.
Meanwhile, the spirit's like, murder force.
It's literally the best piece of propaganda we've ever made.
Oh, it's propaganda.
We can make Tony 2012 famous. We can make the story known, and it can be the one.
Because we've got the State Department and all the stars behind us, and Angelina Jolie, and Georgia Clooney.
You are the future. Step into it, okay? Step into it. Peace.
Step into it. Let me mind control you. Let me do some effeminate stuff now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Pentagon's like, how do we get the jellyfish into total war? Dance around and prance. You can see Black Ops guys are just sitting back, cold-blooded. This will work well on them. Good. Increase dosages in water immediately. Send out trendies to destroy them. There's nothing, there's nothing the trendies won't buy. Oh my gosh, help me. Folks, if you couldn't see this, this was prancing. Was it as bad as I said, guys? It was worse.
I love the end of that. And you know what happened to that guy, right? That's what South Park did. Can I play this? Will this? San Diego, Coney. I don't know. I don't think I can play the South Park Studios, the actual video of it, but I can do the song with what he ended up doing. He had an MK Ultra breakdown, obviously. Just check this out. Jason Russell from Coney 2012. You got to see this. I'll be right back.
Take a picture. Jason's talking to him. Just stopped in the middle of the road. Keep taking video. Keep taking video. He's turning around.
Hey, get off my grass. Hey, asshole. Get out of here.
So yeah, that's what happened to that guy. He was pushed to the brink, by his NED. Yeah. And he tried to explain it away, but there's no explaining away that breakdown, right?
We're just stopping to take a picture.
Oh, gosh.
Just stopped in the middle of the road. Keep taking video. Keep taking video. He's turning around.
You can't tell me that's not programming breakdown. You know that's what happened there. Not enough cowbell. MK Ultra guy for 2012 had a meltdown after the world caught wind of the hoax. Yeah, so if you haven't been around long enough to know what happened there, they found out like the funding was going to like basically nothing was reaching the children of Uganda or wherever it was. That it was basically going to all of these NGOs, and then they started realizing that Kony 2012 was basically a hoax because this guy Kony, he hasn't been relevant in Africa, even though he still commanded like a small group or whatever. He hasn't been relevant in the grand scheme of things for almost a decade since at that point. And the whole thing was basically a sham, and then just it all started collapsing. I think Internet Historian does a pretty good, what do you call it? His video on it was pretty good. All right, what else you guys saying in here? Like Das Netz making authoritarian personality and world citizens. Oh, you saw Das Netz? Was that you that linked it there a few days ago? Because I watched that after, and that was great. And it showed, what's his name? John Brockman. That was interesting. That was really interesting how he reacted. I should have this here, actually. Hold on. We got to see this real quick. And then we'll quickly get into John Brockman. I'll do that red pill because I haven't done that in a while. That is something to look into. So this is Das Netz. See if I can find this real quick. Yeah, there he is. There he is. Yeah, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but it did a lot about, or it talked a lot about the Unabomber and how Ted Kaczynski was basically against these guys because he thought that the way that the internet is going is dangerous, the way that these guys are manipulating people and all that kind of stuff.
Then we are the technologies. It's not your heart is like a pump, your heart is a pump. It's not your brain is like a computer, your brain is a computer until the next thing comes along.
That was a bit low, isn't it? But yeah, listen, your brain is a computer until the next thing. This is how these guys get to the conclusion that like people can be hacked into. I'll turn this up a little bit so we can hear him. This scumbag, he just passed away recently. Press S to spit.
Now you're a neural net, or now you're an information system. And the circles widened. So there was Heinz von Forster, who was the dean of the world cyberneticists. There was Gregory Bateson, Stuart Brand. Almost all these people were authors, as I was. I'd read all their books. And no one...
Stuart Brand just recently came into our conversations too, didn't he?
In New York had a clue that there was something happening, that there was a consciousness or mindset that had evolved, and you could connect all these people. Like you can connect this and this. There are ways to put it together and to see a cohesive whole, and they were best-selling authors, and they were getting screwed by the publishing industry. So I was dragooned into becoming an agent because I had a business background, and they said, why don't you just go back and look after our interests? Take you an hour a day.
Just give it a moment.
It would be a nice way to pick up some money while I wrote books. And I found out very quickly that I was sitting on an oil well and I couldn't control. And that was 30 years ago.
Boy, man, I used to live very close to here. Whoa. This is almost like what my window looked like when I was in NYC. I remember this building very well. or sorry, I used to watch the moon like slowly slide behind this building. Anyways, irrelevant. But check this out.
In 1993, someone attacked your network. We talked about your network, and David Gallant, one of your fabulous writers, received a letter bomb from the Unabomber.
Right.
Why do you think he was targeted?
Oof.
Well, I know he was a target. This madman, criminal.
He's like
madman.
ticking. Like at the mention of Ted Kaczynski, this guy is like ticking. I just want to see this again. Like he goes from being like suave, ego infested, just self-admonishing, I don't know what you call it, self-professed elite, to like breaking down. Just watch this again.
We talked about your network, and David Gallant, one of your fabulous writers, received a letter bomb from the Unabomber.
Right.
Why do you think he was targeted?
Well, I know he was a target. This madman, criminal madman.
Like this guy went from like the the most suave person ever to like Tourette's guy, like the head bop.
Would read the New York Times, and a lot of the people he picked as targets were people that John Markoff had profiled. So Galante was the subject of one of the biggest profiles ever in the Times in 1991, and I'm sure that had something to do with it.
But the Unabomber, he studied in Harvard, and he was a mathematician.
Yeah, and he's a sick criminal. I wouldn't have a serious discussion about this guy. You know, he doesn't rise to the level. I think he's a guy that wrote this manifesto. He couldn't possibly get published because it's written so badly and it's so flawed. So in order to get it published, he killed people. End of story. People can have arguments about environment and science, but you don't need to kill people to make your point. And I wouldn't dignify him by discussing him any further. Let's change the subject. So call a car.
Okay. Yeah, so that is a common theme with these, because they do interviews with people. And don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating for what Kaczynski did or what he was claimed to have done. I think he's denied it, and he was denied a proper defense. When you look into a story about Ted Kaczynski, like even his own defense basically threw him under the bus. But let's just say he did kill it. I'm not like advocating for what he allegedly did, but every time you bring up his name to these people that are in this documentary, they all start acting very irrationally. Very irrationally. It's very I don't know. Something is up with this, okay? And John Brockman, okay? I know I bring this website up a lot, but edge.org, he started edge.org, that has a bunch of these guys from the international dark web, right? If you go through all of these, and lots of the little hats there too, indeed there are, but you have Marina Abramovich, Jeffrey Epstein was pretty in with him as well. He was on the plane on that video that I showed with what's his name? I keep having cats coming in. He was with Steven Pinker, who's like a psychologist with McGill and Harvard. Oh my goodness, I keep forgetting his name. Hold on. That guy. What's his name again? Just real quick. Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins. He was in this plane. I'll just show you real quick. We'll get into it. Don't need to play the whole thing. You've seen it before, most likely. So that's John Brockman right there, right? And he's there with Bill Gates.
They ring a ding ding, a happy new year.
Oh, sorry.
We start to swing to.
There's John Brockman up there. And I forget these other two names, but they aren't small names either. But Steven Pinker and Richard Dawkins, and this is in Epstein's plane, right? And they started This was called the Billionaires' Dinner. So all these, these TEDx talks that were going on, it's heavily tied to edge.org. Okay, you have this this international intellectual dark web going on with these people, and it's the who's who. I go to B. Look who else you find down here, among many others, of course. Sergey and David Brin. Sergey Brin being the co-founder of Google, right? Go to M, and you will find Mr. Musk, Elon Musk, Nathan Myhrvold, who was CEO and managing director of Intellectual Ventures, but also he was one of the main guys in Microsoft. Bill Gates is in this as well. Bill Gates right here. Make this a little bigger for you guys. And this is the who's who of Global Homo here as well. Edge.org. And they did a bad... They didn't hide this very well. Let me just see if I can find it real quick. At the end of this video. Yeah. So I go to Bill Gates, right? Where we are right now. And then I was like, was Epstein there? So I look it up. Couldn't be found, but then I checked the Wayback Machine. And sure enough, there he was. And they were super. And as you can see, Rockefeller University board member, Trilateral Commission, Council on Foreign Relations, New York Academy of Science, University of Pennsylvania, yet again, Behavior Board Advisory Committee at Harvard, and he was huge in with these guys because he financed a lot of these billionaires' dinners that would have TEDx talks. The people from the TEDx talks, they would all go chill at these dinners right before. I can even look that up now, right here. Billionaire. The Billionaires' Dinner. We've gone through this before on the channel, but in any given year, you will find, again, the who's who of Global Homo. Steve Case, Nathan Myhrvold here. There's John Brockman there with Steve Case. Jeff and Mackenzie Bezos, back when Jeff had hair. Rana Tenenbaum. Was that the same? No, I think the other one was like Anna Applebaum, wasn't it? Jean Case, Steve Case's wife. David Brunel. Yeah, and all of these dinners, Savannah Brentnall. She also has her own there, I think. Oh, well, hold on. Ah, there you go. Katinka Matson was the other one, that the woman that was on the plane. There's Steve Reggio with Jeffrey Epstein, chilling. So what they would do, they would fund these dinners, and everyone go there. There's Epstein again, right there. They would fund these dinners, and they would schmooze these quote-unquote intellectuals, right, and get them in their circle, right? This is a great little setup these guys had. So yeah, you should check this out for yourself. Like keep digging in this. John Brockman again with Richard Saul Verman. I don't know who that is, or Werman, whatever. Yeah, Steve Reggio was Barnes and Noble. I was trying to remember where he's from. There's John Brockman with Dan Adler of Disney. You know, those guys that keep getting busted for pedophile rings and child porn rings. Yeah, that Disney. It's just nonstop with these people. Nonstop. Let's see. Hey, Avidan, are you going to watch this tomorrow? What do you got for me, brah? What do you got for me? I've already shown enough anyways. I've made my point. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, this studio thing ticks me off so much. Should populists support Israel? I'll subscribe to them. Academic agents. That's an interesting picture there. You got the IHS right behind the well, little hat, but this is a big hat. Ain't that interesting? Yeah, you know what? I probably will. 17 hours from now. Okay, I'll check that out. Thanks, man. Leading north. He was born in Azerbaijan, speaking of Garry Kasparov, named Garrick Weinstein. Weinstein, whatever. He tried to explain that breakdown, talking about, yeah, Coney guy. Yep. Ted's writing are an essential part of the forbidden text. Okay. Let's see. What's that site? Okay, so the sites that I was just on. Okay, I think this is the one that I was on at the time that you were speaking. I'm not 100% sure. This is called edge.org. Okay? To arrive at the edge of the world's knowledge, seek out the most complex and sophisticated minds. Put them in a room together and have them diddle kids. I mean, ask each other the questions they are asking themselves. Yeah, and they come out with the most pretentious garbage, too. It's funny, they stopped their dinners in 2016. Like their last one was 2015. But like some of these questions too are like so stupid. Did they remove the questions? What did they remove all of the questions? These sketchy friggers, man. Why would you have the annual oh wait, now here they are. Oh, what is the last question? What scientific term or concept ought to be more widely known? What do you think about machines that think? What scientific idea is ready for retirement? What should we be worried about? What is your favorite deep, elegant, or beautiful explanation? What scientific concept would improve everybody's cognitive toolkit? How is the internet changing the way you think? That was by 2010. Interesting timing for that. That was when everybody got their phones, or started to get their phones, their smartphones, and people who should not be on the internet started going on the internet. What will change everything? What have you changed your mind about? What are you optimistic about? And some of the answers are even better. Let's see what we can get. Let's see what they worry about. Oh, they used to have like all the answers. View responses. There we go. Who's afraid of big bad words? Oh, gosh. Here's Eric Weinstein. Okay, I can't listen to these verbose diatribes. I've given up asking questions. I merely float on a tsunami of acceptance of everything life throws at me and marvel stupidly. Yeah, just stop asking questions. Yeah. Worry about internet drivel. Kind of like what this entire website is. Check this out. You can also type in Epstein. Now, I've noticed that they've memory hold a lot of it. If you type in Epstein, though, you will get you will see where he is. He's had quite the impact on these guys. Dinner, Epstein. So I don't know if they've taken off the picture of it or not. But let's just see. We discussed recent experiment that Dave Corey and I had done at MIT, and Sergey made a rather fine suggestion for an experiment to test whether gagillions of entangled nuclear spins decohere faster than gagillions of entangled nuclear spins. At this point, Jeffrey Epstein joined the conversation and demanded to know whether weird quantum effects had played a significant role in the origins of life. That question pushed me way out of the sumo ring into the deep unknown. We tried to construct a version of the question that could be answered. I was pushing my own personal theory of everything. Jeffrey was pushing back with his own theory. By pushing from both sides, we managed to assemble a metaphor in which molecules divert the flow of free energy to their own recreational purposes, i.e. literally recreating themselves, somewhat in the way Jeffrey manages to divert the flow of money as it moves from time zone to time zone, using that money for his own recreational purposes, i.e. to create more money or to diddle little girls. I'm not saying it was the right way to describe the origins of life. I'm just saying it was fun. Seth Lloyd is a professor of quantum mechanical engineering at MIT, another place that took in millions of dollars from Jeffrey Epstein's foundation. Millions of dollars. Yeah, so he's actually all over this website despite what they have removed. There's a whole bunch of them. He's been there, and he's been there for a long time in the backgrounds. As you can see here, Edge of Computation Science Prize. Jeffrey Epstein, the donor of the prize, was not a judge, so he was the donor of the prize. What's he doing? Giving out money to these people. He doesn't give a crap about people. What's he doing? He's building a circle. All right, let's see what I've missed here, guys. I know I've been talking too much. Ted's writing our forbidden text. I've already read that. Sorry. Ted's in North Carolina now in an infirmary. Poor Ted. Nice connection, Avi. You guys seen that lady that claimed to be Elon's babysitter when he was little? Said his mother was part of the Manson roundup? Wouldn't surprise me. Danny Blitz says, is that Timcast at the bottom? What's with that? We just came to a conversation about Tim Pool, and I explained how I think he's a shill. And I don't think he's Jewish or whatever, but I found this picture on 4chan, and I really liked it. So I just posted it down in the bottom just for laughs, that's all. It is him. It is him. But someone photoshopped like a Hebrew hat and the Hasidic beard and stuff like that. Elon's grandfather in Canada was quite the character, arrested a few times, and quite a futurist. Yeah, there's someone that was posting a lot of links about that a couple live streams ago as well. Yeah, I looked into his grandpa. He was kicked out of Canada. Not sure about force, but he did have problems with the Canadian government. Interesting. Yeah, Dana Richards says, yeah, and if you have seen the inside of Epstein's plane, you wonder why billionaires flew on it. It looked like a 70s dirty pimp mobile inside. It was definitely the pizza thing. Yeah, no one's going there for the aesthetics of inside Jeffrey Epstein's plane. The Edge was pushing a lot of science is the new morality. They really hate morality. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And you can... when you go through more of how they answer those questions and stuff like that, and the rest of the material on that website, you'll start seeing pretty quick that they don't care nothing about morality. Were the Bidens on Epstein's plane? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't think they were there. Clintons, though, that's another story. My computer will turn itself off soon. I've got to crash out. Thanks, Avidan and chat. Good stuff. Good to have you, Matt. Thank you very much. Drop by anytime. Haven't seen that link myself yet, Lee. But Hunter seems to have been sleazy enough on his own. Yes. Yeah. Well, we do have the pictures of him with underage. That's basically confirmed at this point. Or confirmed, sorry. Okay, he probably is a shill. Yeah, I think he's there to be chaotic. I was saying this earlier, so I won't repeat myself too much, but he's there to be chaotic. Everything is complicated, and at the same time, Occam's razor. And he will give a little bit more than your average MSM guy, but not much more. And he was basically catapulted by MSNBC posting his Occupy footage. That's enough to say. In my studies, I've found that Canadian universities have been at the forefront of studying the rise of the far right in Ukraine. They've found this document from the military, and you can see they tiptoe around the major issues. Sure, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Volunteer battalions. Yeah. Major Michael Cohen and SSG Matthew Green. Let's see if I can find anything quick. We'll just read through the conclusion. Seems to be a synopsis of it. In the aftermath of Ilovaisk, I think, it is tempting for critics to highlight the deficiencies of the volunteer battalions. Their indiscipline, poor equipment, lack of standardized training, uneven integration cooperation with the regular forces, and political activism, and in the case of Azov, and many others, not just Azov, repugnant far-right ideology came under frequent attack. When faced with trained and equipped conventional forces, such at Ilovaisk, the volunteers proved a less than equal match. Added to this list could be allegations of corruption, smuggling, and looting. Smuggling, which have hounded some battalions, such as Shakhtarsk, and Tornado, that's another one. Right sector, which resisted subordination to Ukrainian control until the very end, wound up in a shootout with Ukrainian police in West Ukraine in July 2015 that many allege was over control of legal cigarette smuggling routes. All of that aside, the Ukrainian volunteer battalions need to be given due credit for their accomplishments. They rose to fight for Ukraine when Ukraine's military could not do so in a coordinated fashion, paralyzed by a rapid change of government and fast-moving events on the ground, fought the separatists using similar tactics, commendable, and equipment, and sent a message to Russia that ordinary Ukrainians were willing to take up arms to defend their land. Most crucially, the volunteer battalions bought Ukraine time. Ukraine had time to complete several waves of mobilization, time to reorganize its interior military forces after a long period of neglect, time to conduct reinvigorated training, and time to clean traitors from its military and civilian ranks. Okay. Ukraine had time for international sanctions to begin to bite Russia, and time for locals in Donetsk and Lugansk to begin to regret that the Russians and separatists had brought them. They held this line and prevented further destabilization and occupation of further Ukrainian provinces. They showed that the last line of defense in any country is a loyal citizenry willing to take up arms in its defense. And the same military that's trying to take away our guns ourselves. Oh yeah, real lovely stuff. Yeah, those brave Ukrainians that have been shelling Donetsk and Lugansk for the past 8 years. They're so brave. So brave. Yeah, that certainly reeks of sophistry, doesn't it? Certainly does. I look forward to reading this full thing, to be honest. Let's see. Check out my father's film Judd, 1971, anti-war Vietnam propaganda film made for, I guess, intelligence community is what those stars are supposed to say. Howbad.info has all the Pfizer and Moderna info from a hack. Ooh. Thank you. Thank you, Lily. Appreciate it. Tornado Battalion was so effed up, the Ukrainian government jailed them themselves. They're still kicking. I saw them. Hold on. John Vasquez. Is it John Vasquez? James Vasquez. Check this out. It's going to be hard to see, but right there. It's hard to make out the letters, I know. But you see the O in Cyrillic. It looks like a P to us, but that's an R. You have the Cyrillic N-A-D-O. They're still kicking. And this guy, James Vasquez, is like some glowy who's been, he's like he's the infantry ghost of Kiev. He's come from like Connecticut. And he's like 46 or something. He's taken out millions of tanks. Yeah, he's all over Twitter right now. And he glows. He glows. Okay. Hey, I didn't mean to spring the link to AA's debate with you in that way. Sorry, I thought you were a member sub from over at that community. No, I've never seen him before, but yeah, don't worry about it, man. No need to apologize. It's fine. This is a place to share links for people to see some stuff. Totally fine. They were released from prison and given weapons earlier this month, though. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. So they were arrested, and now they've been released, and now they can fight to regain their prestige. When does mainstream discussions and concerns from 2014 to 2018 become Russian propaganda? MSM acknowledging war crimes from Ukraine's military and battalions would now be deemed Russian propaganda. Yeah. Well, anything that destroys their narrative that Ukraine isn't totally perfectly the angels of Eastern Europe, anything at all that gets away from that is propaganda. Oh, another thing too. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to do this stuff. I don't know if I can show this. Canada censor internet war. I don't know if I'll find that. Melanie Jolie tells MPs. Can I get the actual tweet here? Yeah, Melanie Jolie. And she is Minister of Foreign Affairs. By the way, this is the one. Remember when I looked up who I thought was good looking, and it was the defense minister, but it wasn't her? This is her. She's pretty good looking. Canada needs wartime censorship of the internet, Melanie Jolie tells MPs. My mandate as Canada FP, or Foreign Policy Minister, is really to counter propaganda online. Ain't that lovely? This was yesterday that this came out. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to be doing this. They're going to have to put me in jail, though, I think. I'm not going to be stopping. Well, they'll probably just cut off my, what do you call it? Canada must regulate the internet Cabinet must regulate the internet in Canada to curb Russian disinformation, says Foreign Minister Melanie Jolie. A federal ban on Kremlin-funded TV is not enough, says Jolie. My mandate as Foreign Minister is really to counter propaganda online. And I can only read this if I subscribe to these global homo scumbags. And then you get the manufacturer consent coming in. I'm almost cheering them on at this point. Oh, okay. Actually, no, it's not global homo. Someone's actually saying, and who exactly is Canada at war with? So this is not doing that well. Oh, isn't that great? A few people in Canada waking up. It's not clear enough Canadians will wake up until they feel the pain themselves, and at the rate at which this government is eroding freedoms and democracy. Freedoms and democracy. Well, whatever. They will do sooner than they have ever, or they will do sooner than they ever thought was possible. And then the rest are hidden. Yeah, who decides what's propaganda? This Karen. This Karen does. That's the answer. But yeah, good old Melanie Jolie. The Karen of Kiev says that we need to stop anybody that isn't speaking, toeing the line for MSM. They glow from adrenochrome. That Vasquez guys was pictured beside a destroyed tank, and Gonzalo Lira on his Telegram proved that the tank was actually Ukrainian. Vasquez blocked him on Twitter over it. Yeah, I think I've seen that before. The grid didn't match up, did it? It was a Ukrainian grid on an apparent Russian tank. And they say they took over that tank. Yeah, another thing that glows of BS. Coach said he was gay or he had a lisp. Interesting. One of those generals they interview about Ukraine, I knew him when he held a much lower rank. When you become part of the establishment, you really can't take in the kind of stuff we look at. Yep. She's another WEF young leader. Oh, imagine my shock. Calling for censorship. Let's see. Melanie Jolie. Oh, yeah. There she is. First elected to represent Hunsik Cartierville in the House of Commons in 2015 in her ministerial roles. Let's make this a bit bigger for my eyes are going. Minister Jolie has worked to promote Canadian culture. Oh, I'm sure. And to grow and increase the visibility of Canada's tourism sector. She's also worked to safeguard Canada's 2 official languages while promoting the use of French in Canada and around the world, including in the digital sphere. Prior to entering federal politics, Minister Jolie founded the Oh, my French accent is so bad these days. Vrai Changement pour Montréal party and ran for mayor of Montreal in 2013 under its banner. Around the same times that they started trying to push in Globo Homo privateers, yeah. Minister Jolie holds an honors Bachelor of Law from the Université de Montréal and a Magister Juris in European and Comparative Law from the University of Oxford. She's the author of Changing the Rules of the Game, in which she shares her vision for public policy and civic engagement. She was named a Young Global Leader by the World Economic Forum. These subversive bad words, they need to be tried. This needs to be like an international investigation. This is a terrorist organization. Nothing more, nothing less. It's a terrorist organization. They talk about shutting down all freedoms because the big bad boogeyman of insert name here is out to get us all. That's all they do. That's all these people do. They are a bunch of terrorists that need to be dealt with as such. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't care how good looking she is. She's not that good looking either. She's good looking. She's not that good looking. Not good looking enough that she can just change the way that we're allowed to speak in our country. No. No. Pretty sure my BT channel is a capital offense. Yeah. During World War I in the U.S., dissenters did get locked up. Yeah. That is true. Petawawa was World War II camp. Amen, brother, testify. These people were given their education. They are not intelligent. Probably got C+ on everything. You know, Gonzalo Lira, where did he do this? It's real quick. I think we're gonna finish up soon because it's been a while now. Gonzalo Lira. Which episode was it? I think it was Victoria Newland. He explains this pretty well, how these people, or maybe it's why the Western elites are foolish and immoral. It's one of these two. And he goes into detail explaining why they are like they are. It's not that they're unintelligent. Okay, so maybe some of them are. Maybe. But I think it's a minority of them are unintelligent. They are intelligent enough to know and pick up on the cues that they need to conform or get edged out of the system. And it's done systematically, right? He gives a good example for university scores, an SAT, for example, right? When you take, well, maybe not SAT, but like your college score, they make you afraid to take things that are outside of your comfort zone because you will fear dropping your scores, your general scores. And everything is basically in this system set up so that you take the easiest route so that you can maximize your profile, your prestige, your resume, and things like that. Okay? So you basically do whatever is dictated of you will give you your best face. And I think it does take a certain level of intelligence to pick up on this and excel in that. But it doesn't mean that you're going to be given the integrity from testing yourself with things that you're not comfortable with. And it means that you're going to follow along exactly and do as you're told or what is expected of you. And you're not going to question it, because questioning it can jeopardize your status and your path to success. And that's why none of them are, I would go this far. Likely none of them are geniuses. Or very few of them are actually geniuses. They're not unintelligent, but they're not geniuses. It's not necessarily about intelligence. It's about the willingness to conform. I think he did a really good job at explaining this. I recommend trying to find it. I'll see if I can find it later. Maybe I'll show it. But this was a really, really good explanation that he did. It was one of my favorite talks that Gonzalo did. Canadian. Oh, this is great. Kilo. Thank you. Canadian member of parliament asked about the WEF, and the Speaker of the House just shuts it all down. Check this out. You got it if you haven't seen this yet. Oh, it's private. What? Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can cross-reference it. Oh, come on. Colin Carey asks about WEF. Carey is an IE. Colin Carey asks about WEF. Yeah, okay. You guys got to see this.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my colleague's speech. I had a constituent that wanted me to ask a question about outside interference to our democracy. Klaus Schwab is the head of the World Economic Forum, and he bragged how his subversive WEF, World Economic Forum, has, quoted, infiltrated governments around the world. He said that his organization had penetrated more than half of Canada's cabinet. And I was wondering, in the interest of transparency, Could the member please name which cabinet ministers are on board with the WEF's agenda? My concern is the deputy.
Order. I know that the member was in a really good question there, but the audio is really bad and the video is really bad as well. And I apologize. I don't know if the member. Okay, let's try again. The honorable.
What now?
The honorable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, that member was promoting open disinformation. That's not debate. We have to call out disinformation.
We'll get into debate again.
This kvetching. Okay, so he was able to hear it because he was freaking out about disinformation. Open disinformation. What was the disinformation? We got people in the WEF. They're a terrorist organization. But he didn't even go that far. He just asked. He just asked a question. So he gets cut off because the audio is bad and the video is bad. But apparently this guy could hear it. And the Speaker of the House, who, by the way, like aside from doing the... he is an elected member of Parliament. However, as Speaker of the House, he is one of the only ones that can't raise things at the floor. Okay? His opinion doesn't matter. Okay? His only job as Speaker of the House, or whatever it's called, I forget what it is now, House Speaker, I think, is to call things to order. Like what he was just doing there, right? But his opinions don't ever get pushed, right? In this, like, in the House of Commons. Okay? It's the other MPs that raise issues and debate the issues. He's just there to basically adjudicate. That's his job, right? So these people, he could hear it, but he shuts it down. Just one more time.
I know that
are on board with the WEF's agenda. My concern is the deputy.
Order.
So it gets shut down, and he knew to stand up. He knew to stand up. Order.
I know that the member was in a really good question there. But
how would you know if the audio was bad?
The audio is really bad, and the video is really bad as well.
Liar! You're a liar. You're a shill liar.
And I apologize. I don't know if the member. Okay, let's try again. The honorable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, that member was promoting open disinformation. That's not debate. We have to call
the kvetching.
Call out disinformation.
We'll get into debate again. The honorable member.
Who was that guy? I don't know who that is. I think that's over on the opposition side, right? The left side is opposition. The right side is government.
Questions and comments. The honorable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just thank you to my honourable colleague for her speech. I'd like to ask her specifically, because you talked about how this
oh, never mind. It's the other way around.
piece of legislation does not.
Oh, no. Yeah, Conservatives. Where am I? In 2012 or something with Stephen Harper? Yeah, it's the opposition over there. So seemed like he was in the back. Maybe he was NDP. The member of Parliament that was saying that this was open disinformation. Disgusting. NDP? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for putting that in, man. I meant to cover that actually in a video, but it just too much time passed and it was just a little bit weird. It would have been weird for me to bring it up. If you have access, this is a fun read, or this publication is a fun read. I can email you if you want. Yeah, you know what? Because I probably don't have access to ProQuest. But yeah, send me email it to me, Bob Young. I'll give my email again. You're all welcome to email, no problem. If you have anything you want to push on, or pass me, not push. It's a bad way to say that. Makes sense that they were afraid to fail, and like you said, maximize your profile. In university, for myself, back near 2000, most kids just regurgitated what they were told. Yeah, because I mean, like, what is like? I was one of those kids in class that would never do that. I got like nowhere, right? I would always be questioning and wasting time in class from the teacher, and they would just get really ticked off at me because I didn't accept what they said. I was like that since junior high, at least. Just really, really sick of like stupid normie stuff. I always have been, and yeah, I got really like disillusioned from school. Like, 'cause there's just, it's so much of you have to follow this line to succeed, and I was like, no, I don't want to play this game. This game sucks. Trudeau filled his cabinet based on skin color and what is between your legs, not merit and experience, says Dana Richards. We should be real proud. And Melanie Jolie is not good looking, in my humble opinion. She's not Angelina Jolie, but no, I mean for a politician, she's pretty good. You know who I always thought was good looking? Hold on, I'll show you good look. At least when back in the day. Ruby Dalla. She was liberal. Now she's hit the wall, but when she was like 20. Yeah, she's really hitting the wall, okay? Don't I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about she's a good-looking woman. Indeed, a good-looking woman. Who are some of the other like Karen hoes that were in Belinda Stronach? She was okay. Not as good looking as Ruby Dalla. But I don't know. Hold on. One more look. Melanie Jolie. Let's give, this is a pretty unflattering one. Yeah, okay, she's not that good looking. She's not terrible looking. Like, if for a politician and for millennials that want to make themselves look as ugly as possible, this isn't bad. 6 or 7 out of 10. And I mean, for politicians, that's more like an 8. Of course she'd be on the Junos. It's Canadian acting, by the way. Canadian movie acting. What is she doing there? Or maybe it's not. Yeah, Juno Awards. Okay. I was wondering if like maybe it was like some sort of organization I've never heard of. Yeah, but you can tell she was total plant. She ran for mayor of Montreal. Yeah, okay. She's okay. You're right. I'm not like drooling over her or anything like that. Found the Klaus Schwab shill. Yeah, disinformation. Angus NDP. Okay. Let's take a look what he's in. Angus NDP. There he is. Yeah. These freaking commies, man. Journalist, broadcaster, musician. And what is with Northern and Western Ontario voting for New Democrats? Oh, imagine my shock. Catholic social justice roots. He was in the punk rock band L'Étranger. I think I've heard of these guys. Social justice oriented Roman Catholic faith. So Jesuit. Just say you're a Jesuit. Social justice-oriented member of the Roman Catholic Church, a supporter of the Catholic worker movement, was a longtime columnist for the Progressive Catholic New Times. Oh, these tabs. Founded by social activists, including Mary Jo Letty, Father Jim Webb, S.J., that's Society of Jesus, or Jesuit for short, Father Tom McKillop, Friars Minor, that is Sulpician. I think it's Sulpician or Franciscan. Either or, paused. Yeah, Franciscan. And they're very in with the Jesuits as well. Blessed Virgin Mary. Forget what these guys are. Institute of 1609, Mary Ward. Laredo Sisters. See their Jesuit ties. Story of the IBVM began in 1609. This is from ibvm.org. When an English woman, Mary Ward, established a new religious order for women based on the Society of Jesus. So I'd have to look up the other ones. But yeah, by the way, Catholic Franciscans, them, the Sulpicians, and the Jesuits are basically, they're three peas in a pod. Interesting stuff. Jesuit shill detected. This is disinformation. Shut it down. Shut it down, the WEF. You cannot attack our WEF. You guys know that Klaus Schwab went to Freiburg University, right? Which was a Jesuit school. Oh snaps! I'm a mod. Yeah, I give out wrenches to everybody so you can pass on links. A lot of people, I think, they don't want to do that because anytime a link goes down, usually there's viewership that drops because people go to that instead, which is totally fine with me. I don't mind. You can't listen to me all day. Oh, I got some bad stream. Let me close some of these here now. Sorry, just a second. YouTube is biatching at me. Kvetchin. So what is the IHS logo doing here? Which is the logo of the Jesuits, by the way. Oh, it's too bad. I wonder where we can find that picture, because you also see a triangle with wings and what looks like an eye in the center of it. I know it's kind of hard for you guys to see. Let me see if I can blow it up. Hold on. See it there? And you have the laurel wreath around it. Transform. Yeah, it's all these tabs. If you're getting any choppiness, it's those tabs. Okay, let's do a last call for comments. The Franciscans are bad. Well, okay, so I don't know if they started off bad. Well, listen, let's put it this way. The Vatican, it's not just the Jesuits, okay? It has always been the Vatican. The Vatican has been, people are saying that like the Catholic Church has been subverted, and they act like it's some sort of recent thing. No, the Catholic Church has been subverted at the very least, the very latest, I mean, Augustine of Hippo. Augustine of Hippo was a Manichaean Gnostic, okay? And he came in, and a lot of the doctrine, the core doctrine of Catholicism, you can trace back to him. And that was like, Augustine of Hippo was like 300 or 400 AD, okay? That is where you can see right off the hop, it is not biblical doctrine. It is antithetical to what the Bible teaches. Okay? People want you to believe that the Jesuits or some other groups, crypto Jews, whatever, that they took over the Catholic Church, like say in the past couple hundred years. It's not true. It's been a very, very long time. You'll have some orders that are, not as bad as the Jesuits. The Jesuits were made as like the shock troops of the Counter-Reformation to stop the Protestant Reformation from sprouting more, right? But getting back to the Franciscans, they were one of the first orders to be taken over by Jesuit subversion. Okay, whether they were good or not, which I highly doubt that they were. The reason being was that Ignatius Loyola took Francis as Francis of Assisi, which the order of the Franciscans are based off of. He took him as his patron saint. Another thing too, I mean, the nature of the name Francis of Assisi is very Gnostic in and of itself. Francis of Assisi. Let's see if I can get a hit off this real quick. He's a mystic. Yeah, he's known as a mystic. Okay, and that's another reason why Loyola really likes him. Pope Francis named himself based off of Francis of Assisi. And the Jesuits, a lot of the Jesuit cathedrals that you'll go to will often have a statue of Francis, and he's often holding a skull, if I'm not mistaken. Francis of Assisi skull. Yeah, you will often see him hold a skull. At least in the Jesuit cathedrals. Or it'll be at his feet, like this. Yeah, he's a sketchy character. Well, there has been a split in the church for a while, because you have, even aside, because I still think that through and through, the Vatican is corrupt, and it has been corrupt for a very long time. But there is definitely a split. There's traditionalists along with liberals, right? Vatican II was what really ripped that split in two and made it more obvious. But it's been that way for a very long time. The Jesuits were created to stop the Protestants by any means necessary. And you can get that from their oath of induction, which I tend to believe is true, although I don't know if it can be proven. The extreme oath of induction, you can look that up. And they basically swore that they would do anything and everything to stop the Protestant Reformation. And this meant taking a lot of liberty that would go unnoticed by the popes of the time, right? In order to accomplish their means. And because the Vatican is a very hierarchical order, the traditionalists, they don't take kindly to Jesuits and their affiliated groups like the Spiritans, and there's a bunch of others. A lot of the sister groups as well, like IBVM that you were just looking at there. They will basically ignore the authority of the Pope and do whatever they need to do to get what they want done, right? And this ticks off traditionalists, right? That's where you get that whole split with the Opus Dei and stuff like that too, right? Great channel, reminds me of a text group of researchers I'm part of. Oh, cool, man. Oh, it's good to see you. Good to have you, man. I love digging. Digging is fun. Digging is really fun. It's one of my favorite things to do. Do you have any articles or videos that would change my mind from placing the blame on the Jesuits as opposed to the Jews? I'm not convinced yet. I don't look at it necessarily as in the Jews are... let me place this correct. That the little hats are not involved. I don't say that they're not involved. They are involved. There are many of them that are, okay? what I'm saying is that in our search, we often quickly find little hats, and we just make the assumption that they're the ones that are behind it and the only ones that could be behind it, right? But the more research that you do, you will find Jesuit and their education specifically. Okay? They're much... Jews that you will find in your searches are overt because they are proud to be Jews. Jesuits, by their very nature and their history, are subversive. They do not want to be caught. Okay? But if you look up the things that they believe, the things that they've been pushing for many years, you will find that throughout. Okay? Here's one good thing, just because it's hard to, it's a good question, really good question, and I should be more prepared for it. But I can give you one example, okay, that will make you think, what's going on? Social justice, Tapparelli. Luigi Tapparelli. The origins of social justice, the stuff that we believe that it's the Jews pushing, which not saying that they don't. Not saying that they don't. But real quick, social justice and subsidiarity, Luigi Tapparelli and the blah, blah, blah. As a leading Jesuit writer for the Civiltà Cattolica from its founding in 1850 until his death, from 1862, Tapparelli shaped the philosophical foundation that would characterize papal social encyclicals from Leo XIII's Rerum Novarum through Pius's Quadragesimo Anno to the present. He was the one that actually coined the term social justice. It was a Jesuit, not a Jew, a Jesuit. And they love bragging this now. Let's see if they'll even say it here. Just for brevity. Tapparelli. Because I'm pretty sure Wikipedia. There you go. Just first sentence. Luigi Tapparelli was an Italian Catholic scholar of the Society of Jesus who coined the term social justice. What's another thing? Let's look up... Jesuit reductions. Okay. Jesuit reductions were a type of settlement for indigenous people, specifically in an area straddling the borders of present-day Paraguay, Brazil, Argentina. The reductions were established amongst the Guarani peoples by the Jesuit order of the Catholic Church early in the 17th century, bear that century in mind, 17th century, and wound up in the late 18th century after the banning of the Jesuit order by several European countries. The reductions have been called an experiment in quote-unquote socialist theocracy. But wait a minute. I thought that socialism was started by Karl Marx. Oh. Karl Marx lived in the 1800s, but these happened in the 1600s. How do you reconcile that difference? And the more that you get into the Jesuit reductions, the more that you will see that this was the start of communism. They took, I forgot the guy who wrote this book. It was called Utopia. Someone actually posted this in another chat, and I had a really good dig on this. They took those ideologies and they put it to work, and they created communist systems in Paraguay, which is essentially slavery that they did. Benign colonialism, Indian reductions. But yeah, here's an example of socialism that started around 200 years, a little less than 200 years before Karl Marx started getting on with his bullshit, which really wasn't his bullshit, because all this information was passed on to Karl Marx after. So a couple different things. Listen, it's not as it's the more that you look up, we tend to just stop at names and early life and stuff like that, okay? But what really matters is the doctrine. Where is the doctrine coming from? Where are these people, often Jews, getting the doctrines that they've been taught? And you start finding that a lot of Jews go to Jesuit universities. These guys have universities all over the friggin' globe, man. And they're pushing their bullshit everywhere. The more that you search, and it takes a lot of time to start going through this stuff. But the more that you do, the more you find a Jesuit. It's another good example. Washington. What was this guy's name? Maybe if I just say died a Jesuit, died a Catholic. Maybe if I do that. Hold on. Yeah, this is the article. This is the article. Our first president, George Washington, died a Catholic. Now, he was always a Catholic. I don't believe this. I just looked this up because I knew of this article. Anyways, while he lay on his deathbed, he sent his slaves across the Potomac to bring back his close friend, Father Leonard Neal, S.J. That's S.J. once again, like we just saw, for Society of Jesus, the full name of the Jesuit order. Neal spent some time alone in the president's sick room. When he returned to the Jesuit house, his fellow religious asked him the outcome of his visit, and he simply answered, "Everything has been taken care of." The entire story is related on the Jesuit annals. The Negro slaves who had been imbued with Baptist anti-Catholic bigotry, the irony of that phrase, passed on the story that Master George had been seduced by the Scarlet Woman of Rome. And he was seduced by the Scarlet Woman of Rome, but much earlier than what they're trying to say here. Our first president had always kept a beautiful picture of Our Lady in his living room, always, of Our Lady. He adopted the Catholic practice of blessing himself before meals. He was largest contributor, giving more than even Bishop Carroll, John Carroll, by the way. He was the guy who founded Georgetown. To the building of St. Augustine's Church in Philadelphia. He very often attended Mass, and he often told his troops that if they did not refrain from abusing the holy name of Jesus, they would surely lose the war. A little bit superstitious, but, not necessarily Catholic to do that last part, but the other things certainly are. Certainly are. So that's just 3 little tidbits I got for you. It takes a while. It takes a while. And then if you acquaint yourself with biblical doctrine and you compare it to what the Jesuits preach, then you got a choice to make. The Jesuits have a special claim in Canada. I believe they lost 6 or 7 early. Yes, like Brebeuf. Oh, I forget half the names now, but I did a long study on this. 16th and 17th century priests to multi-day torture sessions. Yeah, a lot of them lost their fingers because the natives would take, mussel shells, just some sort of seashells or whatever, and they would cut off your finger with it. There's a whole bunch of them that lose their fingers. I'm currently reading a Bible from 1790 and comparing it to the modern King James Version to find the changes. You'll definitely find many changes. King James is, it's hard to read because it's old, or not old, but Middle English, but it's probably the most correct translation. But in any case, I recommend comparing all and then using the original texts. Strong's lexicon is pretty good, I gotta say. Unless someone has something to teach me about that, I wouldn't be surprised if that's paused. But it checks out to me anyways. Thomas More, I think he was the one that did, Strong's did Strong's. Okay. First is 7th. You Jews who say you are Jews, but are the synagogue of Satan. Yes, that's another thing to bear in mind too. So, to just shortly answer your question, I find that the more research that you do on the Jesuits, their history, and what they've done in different countries, the question becomes whether or not they were originally a crypto-Jewish organization. Okay, that's where I find the debate ends up going. Were the Jesuits a crypto-Jew organization? There are materials that will point to the implication that Ignatius Loyola, who was one of the founders, or the first superior general and the first main founder of the Jesuits, he was accused of being a crypto Jew in Castile or wherever he was at the time, right? I don't think that proves he was a Jew. I tend to think that he was a guy that he lost his mind because he was a soldier. He got his leg blown out by a cannonball, and he realized that he could never be like a general. Okay, he was rising the ranks, and then his career was ended with that cannonball. He then wanted to join the order and saw the Protestant Reformation occur, and then he connected the dots that he could create a military order out of priests. And then he devoted his life to that. The story checks out to me. But, I got my mind open on that. Maybe I wasn't there back then. Maybe it was started with Jews, but I don't think so. I don't think that the history corroborates that. But it is plausible, I suppose, if not improbable. The KJV just sounds right. Yeah, it's dope. I do like. Once you get used to it, it sounds right. Yeah, I agree. Thomas More did Utopia. Thank you. Sorry, I've been throwing out so many different things now. Okay, so Dana Richards says, I understand your point completely, but were Jesuits getting kicked out of countries since the beginning of time? They were both problematic, but I still lean towards the Jews. So they weren't kicked out since the beginning of time, because they've only existed since, depending on how you look at it, it was 1527 or 1541. The Jews indeed have been getting kicked out of many places, and at different times. I don't think that's necessarily a result of an entire group acting subversively, but more so, little hats are pretty schemy, all right? They are schemy. And they look for ways to circumvent rules sometimes. And like I was talking about before with the Ferengi, like if you watch DS9 and you see all of the episodes of the Ferengi are about how they're trying to make a deal behind the back of the rule keeper, Odo, right? And they end up getting themselves in trouble because they don't look far ahead. They don't look far enough ahead. That's the McBoyle. She's pretty good looking. All right. But I don't think that that's necessarily an indication that they are scheming as one group against countries. It's just that people get fed up with the merchant nature. Okay, the opportunism that seems to be a common trait among many of them. I don't necessarily dispute that, okay? One thing to bear in mind is that not all Jews are behind, or not all Jews are part of this cabal, okay? In fact, it's a minority of them. It could be a big minority, I don't know. There are many of them around that tend to be part of it, but you go to Israel and you're going to find majority of people that hate the people in power and the elites of Israel just as much as any whatever you name, okay? The vast majority of them are tired of these scheming Jews in power. All right? So they're not all on board, okay? Whereas the Jesuits are an order at which you have to be indoctrinated and initiated into, and eventually you have to make your oath to say what is white. If the superior general says so, what is white is black and what is black is white. They go through a mind-altering process and then work as a truly cohesive and subversive order. And as for the question, have they been kicked out of countries? Yes, they have. They've been kicked out of many countries. Let's go to Clement, I think 14th papal bull expelling Jesuits. Let's go to the suppression of the Jesuits. So not only have they been kicked out of countries, but they've been kicked out of their own church. It was the removal of all members of the Society of Jesus from most of the countries of Western Europe and their colonies beginning in 1759 with the approval of the Holy See in 1773. Jesuits were serially expelled from the Portuguese Empire, France, the two Sicilies, Malta, Parma, the Spanish Empire, Austria, and Hungary. Timeline was influenced by political maneuverings both at Rome and within each country involved. The papacy reluctantly acceded to the anti-Jesuit demands of various Catholic kingdoms while providing minimal theological justification for the suppressions. This is obviously, this has been doctored by a Jesuit. But if you keep looking, let's see, let's go background to suppression. You will see that when they're appealing to the popes of the time, particularly it was Clement, I think it was the 14th. Hold on. Yeah, Clement 14th, okay? When you go through his writings and stuff like that, the reason why he did it, it was because they were pressuring him to do so because they were being subversive and they were trying to take over powerful ranks within the country. Okay, and another thing is that they are allowed to dress in plain clothes and they are allowed to train people to take on other jobs, but work for the church. So I hope that answers your question to your satisfaction. This is not the only time that they have been. There was another time as well. Pope Sixtus V, I think, also did it. It's out of Fairfield, which is another Jesuit school. It's an old page. Jesuits take their special vow. Another occurred in 1590 when Pope Sixtus V wanted to exclude Jesus from the official name of the society, which absolutely should be the case. Jesuits immediately complied and offered alternate names, but Sixtus died unexpectedly. Oh, unexpectedly. Certainly wasn't from like antimony poisoning or anything like that, or ricin poison. Before his wish could be carried out, included among these occasional papal intrusions from the society's governance was Pope John Paul II's appointment of a delegate to govern the society during Superior General Arrupe's illness. Yeah, there's been a couple times that they were expelled, and then you also see Jesuits from France yielding to pressure from the Bourbon courts. They didn't want to lose the Papal States in Avignon. Catherine hated them. Maria Theresa. She was Catholic, but hated the Jesuits. She was a Habsburg. That was the Empress of Austria, or the Austria-Hungarian Empire. Let's see if there's anything on her real quick. There you go. Her relationship with the Jesuits was complex. Members of this order, educators, served as her confessors and supervised the religious education of her eldest son. The Jesuits were powerful and influential in the early years of Maria Theresa's campaign. However, the Queen's ministers convinced her that the order posed a danger to her monarchical authority. Wow, that's hard to say. Monarchical authority. Not without much hesitation and regret, she issued a decree that removed them from all the institutions of the monarchy and carried it out thoroughly. She forbade the publications of Pope Clement XIII's papal bull, which was in favor of the Jesuits, and promptly confiscated their property when Pope Clement XIV suppressed the order. And yeah, she also was not a fan of the Jews either. She was not a fan of them either. All right. The Hutterite colonies? Are we talking about... We're not talking about Hussite, are we? This is not my forte. I can look it up, though. We can go through it before I finish up. I didn't mean to ignore anybody else's comments before that. I just saw that one, then I was like, oh, something I don't know. Oh, these guys, Anabaptists. That's where, okay. I feel like I've heard their name before. Yeah, they were... I don't trust any of the reform movement. There's something about it. Something about it. Tyrol, Moravia and Hungary, Transylvania. Let's see if they specifically get in. The Schleitheim Confession. I spent a little time going to an Anabaptist church. I found it a little weird, but it's more or less biblical, I guess. It's a little too feely for me. Like, always talking about the feels. They were kind of pansy-ish, to be honest. But they were like Protestants before Protestants. I don't think they're all totally... But I don't know enough about them to make a comment there. Okay, let's see if there's anything else. Isabel of Spain expelled the Jews from Spain in the 1500s, something in the way. She was the mother of Henry VIII's first wife. Yeah, she knew. Listen, again, I don't deny that many a little hat seek power. I don't deny that at all. My assertion is just that when we find the Jew, it seems like we stop researching and blame it only on the little hat, when there's so much more to be looking at. What are you doing? What are you doing, kitty? What are you picking at? There's a lot more to find. And when you look, you will find a lot of Jesuits as well. And I just hope that the ones that find the little hat will also look for the big round hats and the square hats as well. That's all. Wolf Wong with your links. Get out of here, you dirty bot. Canada, America, England all had the law, or all had on the law books, excuse me, that no Catholic should hold office. It took the Jesuits 200 years to get rid of all that. Yes. Yeah. Where was I reading that as well? My ancestor, Edmund Ignatius Rice. So this is the guy that made the Congregation of Christian Brothers, the CFC, which are pretty big in Newfoundland. You'll note that he picked up the name Ignatius and he created the CFC in 1802, which was during the time at which the Jesuits were expelled. This was also when Britain said that they shouldn't hold office. And in my opinion, they shouldn't. I got to be honest with you. I don't think Catholics should be allowed to hold office. I think that there is too much subversion. Okay, and that would include me as a born Catholic, right? I might be converted from Catholicism, but I should not hold office because of just how subversive they are. Anyways, why did he started wanting to help the poor because he couldn't take office, or at least that's the name for it. Then he sent his brother over to Newfoundland to start the Irish Rebellion. After he starts the CFC. And by the way, the CFC are the ones behind Mount Cashel, the sex abuse scandal that happened in Newfoundland and the attempted cover-up. They spent many years covering that up. And still to this day, because nobody knows about how the social services and the papers and the chief of police were covering it up for decades before it finally got out. But yeah, I think they had it right when they banned Catholics from holding office. I don't think they should be able to hold office. Jesuit co-founder of Moderna. Yeah, there's a few of them. There's a few of them indeed. Past my bedtime. This was fun listening to. Good to see you, Bob Young. And you know what? I should probably finish this up. We'll give it another second. Just see if there's anything I'm missing. Watch AA streams tomorrow. It will be on topic. Yeah, I think I will, man. I think I will. Oh, we peaked pretty high today. 48 was the peak. Thank you very much for listening, folks. It's great to have you. Great convos. I'm not sure when the next one will be. We'll say this was Tuesday. I need to get back to making more videos so I can expand the channel, as opposed to live streams, because this doesn't reach new people. It's like videos that reach new people. So I need to start doing that a little more. We'll say Saturday. We'll say Saturday will be the next one. We'll keep it to the same 7 o'clock starting time, Eastern Standard Time. Dana Richard says, yeah, you are absolutely right. I'm on my way to more research, and you have directed me in the right places. I think the Jesuits are equally as evil. And the Jesuits do a great job at hiding themselves. And if you want to ask my opinion anyways, they use Jews as a lightning rod. And that is, again, I'm not here to say that Jews are innocent, or the little hats are innocent, you know, that they're not behind the cabal, or because there's many of them that are. Many of them. I'm not discounting that. But if I was forced to make a bet that the early life and education section, that whole thing, and Jesuits on 4chan, go on 4chan now and make a thread about Jesuits and see what happens. just see what happens. I got a feeling that there are Jesuits behind the early life and education to make sure that everybody. And another thing too, you have like just real quick before I go, we covered this a couple live streams ago, but Weishaupt, how do you say his name? Adam Weishaupt. There you go. Can never remember how to spell that. But if you go to early life for him, look at this. Just look at this. Adam Weishaupt was born on February 6th, 1748 in Ingolstadt, which, by the way, Bavaria, huge Jesuit stronghold. This was the stronghold of Eastern Germany during the Reformation. And Landshut, those two places. And the Palatinate is another big one, too. The electorate of Bavaria, many have suggested his family were of Jewish origin. Really, really just interesting. Just throwing that in there. Many of our universities state that he was Jewish. But no definitive, no real definitive answer there on that. Who is the Jewish origin? It's not mentioned in here. It's just that many have suggested. Sources say. However, where'd he go to school? Where'd he go to school? Well, he became a professor of canon law. By the way, if you don't know who Weishaupt is, he was the founder of the Illuminati. Okay, sorry, I should have said that. University of Ingolstadt was a Jesuit university. Okay, and he influenced the Christian Wolf, is an interesting character, but it's been a long time since I looked into him. But anyways, he influenced the young Weishaupt with rationalism. Weishaupt began his formal education at age 7 at a Jesuit school at 7. Oh, he enrolled at the University of Ingolstadt, graduated in 1768 with a doctorate of law. And then he became a professor of canon law, a position that was held exclusively by Jesuits until that time, the suppression of the Jesuits in 1773. So here we are with the founder of the Illuminati with a Jesuit background. But you got to make sure to put that in there. Many have suggested, sources say his family were of Jewish origin, but can't give us what those origins are on the early life. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Weishaupt. Now, he said that he left the Jesuit order. So did Voltaire. But, again, you're allowed to pretend. And if you go into the look up the Jesuit extreme oath of induction, and you can even see, last point, okay, I promise, of induction. Jesuits. Jew among the Jews. Okay. All right. So just one part we'll read. Okay. Superior reads to the initiate. My son, heretofore you have been taught to act the dissembler among Roman Catholics, to be a Roman Catholic. Very interesting how they dissociate themselves there and from Roman Catholicism. And to be a spy even among your own brethren, to believe no man, to trust no man. Among the reformers, to be a reformer, right? You have been taught to act the dissembler. Among the reformers, to be a reformer. Among the Huguenots, to be a Huguenot. Among the Calvinists, to be a Calvinist. By the way, Huguenots were like a French Protestant denomination back then. They've been wiped out by the Jesuits. Among Calvinists to be a Calvinist, among other Protestants generally to be a Protestant, and obtaining their confidence, to seek even to preach from their pulpits, and to denounce with all the vehemence in your nature our holy religion and the Pope, so they can denounce their religion and the Pope in order to obtain confidence, right? And even to this one, you'll like this, and even to descend so low as to become a Jew among Jews. Oi, Gewalt. That you might be enabled to gather together all information for the benefit of your order as a faithful soldier of the Pope. So it's something to bear in mind. They can pretend that they're not Catholic. They can pretend to be against Catholic if it gets them what they need to do. The Jesuits may be an infiltration into the Catholic Church. Yeah, like I was saying before, there is that argument that Ignatius Loyola was a crypto Jew. I've seen that before. I don't think it holds much water. Okay? But I think that I think the argument is somewhat plausible. I don't know at the end of the day. But important to note is that the church has been infiltrated for a very long time by Gnostics. And I think the Jews could have done it much before the Reformation. Sounds like our CIA, well, buddy. Catholics in action. Do they still have this? There used to be an article. It's going to take me a while now. Okay, yeah. If I go to ladia.org, why is the CIA called the Catholic Intelligence Agency? Now, Catholic Herald, for some reason, now gives me a 404 last time I was on this. Yeah, it wouldn't load last time I was there. But anyways, the CIA, this is from the Catholic Herald that wrote this. The CIA is the best known of the 17 agencies that comprise the American intelligence community. It has earned itself nicknames like Catholic Intelligence Agency and Catholics in Action. This is from a Catholic publication. It's worth exploring why. No official statistics exist on Catholics in the CIA or any other American intelligence agency. Oh, okay. But one interesting clue is the relatively high number of Catholics who served as the director of the agency. The United States, the country with the recent exception of the Supreme Court, Catholics have never dominated the highest offices. And you should take a look into Catholics that dominate the highest offices. You guys know I don't know if it was a Jesuit priest or not, but Clarence Thomas was going to be a priest before he chose to be a judge, or a lawyer, I guess, at that point. But there's a whole bunch of them, too, that are Catholic. They're, like, extremely overrepresented in the Supreme Court. 3 out of the last 5 directors have been Catholic: Michael Hayden, Leon Panetta, and the current director, John Brennan. By the way, they were all trained at Jesuit schools. Santa Clara for Panetta. John Brennan, it was Fordham. Michael Hayden, I forget. I'm sorry. But they were indeed. Some of the most influential directors in CIA history have been Catholic, men such as Walter Bedell Smith, John McCone, William Colby, and William Casey. They were not just casual Catholics. They were devout mass-goers, in many cases members of groups like the Knights of Malta. The conspiracy theorists usually start there, with nefarious plots about the Vatican steering world affairs. Of course, they never ask why an all-powerful Vatican can't engineer more Catholic presidents. Do they need them? Do they need them? Because president has much less power than say, a judge sometimes. Do they really need them when they have everybody behind the scenes? But see, they want you focused on, like, the lead man as a lightning rod, so that the ones that are behind the scenes, the ones that you can't vote out, are in there. Can't vote out the CIA guy. Okay. Take a look into Alan Dulles as well. Alan Dulles' nephew was a Jesuit priest. Alan Dulles, by the way, was the Jesuit or one more time there, Justin. Allen Dulles was the director of the CIA during MKUltra, Bay of Pigs, and he was fired by JFK after the Bay of Pigs. But where did he die? First, he said he was born and raised a Calvinist, so he was not raised a Catholic. When you start looking into Calvinism, you start seeing that they've been paused for a very long time. But that is, a little bit more speculative. Where'd he die? Where'd he die? He died on January 29th, 1969 of influenza complicated by pneumonia at the age of 75 in Georgetown, D.C. What's in Georgetown? Georgetown University, the preeminent Jesuit school in America. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe. And then almost every other director after him, or the vast majority of directors after him, have been Jesuit trained. And you know that Washington, D.C. used to be called Rome. Rome on the Potomac is what it used to be called. It was owned by another family member of the Carroll family, which John Carroll was the guy who created Georgetown University. And think about it. D.C. is in between Maryland and Virginia. The capital of Maryland is called Annapolis. Annapolis, or St. Anne, was the mother of Mary according to Catholic tradition. It's not biblical, but St. Anne is the mother of Mary. These are all just coincidences, I'm sure. Lots of different stuff there. And I was getting a little bit into the speculative there. But I do find it interesting. He died in Georgetown. That was where he lived. Once he was fired, he moved there. Look into why only the Swiss Guard guards the Vatican. Same as guards their money, too. Guards their gold. I don't trust most sources after 1990. They've all been bought out. Just like, they've been conglomerated. This is what's been going on. Just like virus science of 2021, where all studies on science are now referring to 2021 studies. Yeah. Carroll family gave the land for Capitol Hill. Yes, they did. And I guess we'll finish off with just stick around for this video if you haven't seen it yet. I've shown it a couple times, but just pay special attention to the map, right? And we'll finish off with this. If I miss any comments, I'll keep it open. Maybe Catholic, but all Zionists. Oh yeah, they're all Zionists. Yes, most certainly. We're all in deep shit. Undebatable. This is a video I made before. And if that's all the comments, you can still go ahead and post it. This is Married to Babylon. Just take a look at that, by the way. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut it halfway through, but just look. They're in perfect alignment. White House, United States Capitol, Georgetown University, the first building, the primary building. Perfect alignment.
Love and marriage, like a horse and carriage. This I tell you, brother, you can't have one without the other. Love and marriage, love.
I became immersed in the intellectual rigor of a Jesuit education.
You violated the curfew all the time, caused much pain, but that's a different story. I don't believe in rules.
Try to separate them. It's an illusion. Try, and you will only come to this conclusion. Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. Dad was told by mother, you can't have one, you can't have none, you can't have one without the other.
Please welcome to the stage Professor Michael Bailey, Chair of the Department of Government, Ron Klain, and Kevin Spacey.
The President of the Republic of Colombia, Iván Duque Márquez.
As we welcome Justice Ginsburg and her colleagues on stage for a conversation.
Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Vice President of the United States.
Attorney General Loretta Lynch.
It's a great honor to welcome Secretary Kerry back to the Hilltop. Adrienne Grenier, an actor, director, and environmental advocate.
Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan.
Try to separate them. It's an illusion.
Thank you.
Hey,
everybody.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day.
It is now my honor to welcome to the stage the President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Justice Breyer and Dean Traynor.
Dean Hellman and Ambassador Susan Rice.
Brian Moynihan, CEO of Bank of America, and Bono.
Try to separate them. It's an illusion. Try, and you will only come to this conclusion. Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. Dad was told by mother, you can't have one, you can't have none, you can't have one without the other.
Good night, all. It's great to have you. I love these chats, to be honest. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you guys. Take care now.